Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and welcome to the second annual Forbes Middle East Women's Summit in partnership with Russian Group. My name is Sally Musa, Senior Presenter at Forbes Middle East, and we are absolutely thrilled to have you all with us here in the incredible city of Riyadh. Over the next 2 days, we gather to celebrate the power, resilience, and boundless potential of women who are shaping the future of our region and beyond. In recent years, the Middle East and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia have been at the epicenter of transformative change. Visionary leadership, bold reforms, and a commitment to innovation have propelled our region into a new era of opportunity. At the heart of this transformation are the women who are driving progress across every sector, breaking barriers, redefining industries, and creating legacies that will inspire generations to come. And at this summit, you will be meeting many of these women and hearing their phenomenal stories. This summit is a platform where extraordinary women converge to amplify their voices, share their stories, and spark new ideas. But it's not just about listening. It's about engaging, collaborating, and building bridges. So let it serve as a catalyst for connections that transcend borders, industries, and generations. Together, it is time to write the next chapter of success, one that celebrates diversity, inclusion, and innovation. And so now, to kick off the summit, we are going to be hearing from the visionary behind this amazing event. Please join me in welcoming to the stage the CEO and Editor-in-Chief of Forbes Middle East, Khulud Al-Umayyan.
صباح الخير والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Honored guests, please allow me to deliver my speech بالعربي. It's like we be equal in this event. We have a lot of discussion, Arabic and English. So let's enjoy and not make the language. It is a challenge for us today. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرني أن أرحب بكم جميعاً في هذا الحدث المميز في قلب الرياض، عاصمة الريادة والتجديد، حيث نلتقي اليوم لنحتفل بالمرأة وإنجازاتها وتأثيرها القوي في تشكيل المستقبل. أود أن أبدأ بالشكر للمملكة العربية السعودية بقيادة خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز آل سعود وسمو ولي عهده الأمير محمد بن سلمان حفظهم الله. أود أن أشكرهم على رؤيتهم الثاقبة التي جعلت من المملكة أرضاً واعدة لتمكين ودعم المرأة وتوفير الفرص لها لتكون جزءاً أساسياً من عجلة التطوير والنماء، لتصبح السعودية نموذج يحتذى في هذا المجال. نؤمن بأن المرأة هي محور الإلهام والتطوير. هنا في فوربس نحن نسعى دائماً إلى تسليط الضوء على النساء الاستثنائيات في منطقتنا العربية التي يصنعن فرقاً حقيقياً في شتى المجالات. نحن هنا اليوم للاحتفاء بقصص نجاحهن وفتح الأبواب أمام المزيد من النساء لتحقيق مزيد من الإنجازات القيادية نحو مستقبل مشرق. هنا في هذا المؤتمر نؤمن أن التغيير يبدأ من قوة الإرادة والعزيمة التي تتحلى بها المرأة في جميع أنحاء المملكة والوطن العربي، فهي تمثل جزءاً أساسياً في بناء مستقبل متجدد. لنبدأ هذا الحدث ونحن على يقين أن التغيير الحقيقي يبدأ من هنا، من هذه المنصة. ولطموحاتنا ومساهماتنا دور كبير في قيادة هذا التغيير، وبالتأكيد ما نصنعه اليوم سيثمر غداً واقعاً أكثر إشراقاً. فلنجعل هذه اللحظة بداية رحلة جديدة تحلق فيه أحلامنا عالياً وتضيء إنجازاتنا الطريق للأجيال القادمة. وعلى بركة الله لنبدأ هذا اليوم. شكراً جزيلاً.
Thank you so much, Khulud, and it is so beautiful to hear the Arabic language being spoken in the home of the Arabic language. And you will see throughout the next 2 days, we will have for you sessions that are both in English and in Arabic as well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to hear from a truly inspiring leader. It is an immense honor to have her with us this morning, this afternoon, and to have her opening this summit for us. Please do join me in welcoming to the stage the chair of the Women's Summit, Her Highness Princess Dua bint Mohammed, the CEO of Al Mohra Education Company and former Supreme President of the Arab Women's Authority.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بداية أشكر فوربس الشرق الأوسط لتنظيم هذه القمة الهامة وإتاحة الفرصة للتحدث إليكم اليوم. Your Highnesses and Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Riyadh, the most vibrant place in the world. I would like to thank Forbes Middle East for organizing this important summit and providing the opportunity to speak to you today. نحن هنا اليوم لحضور قمة فوربس الشرق الأوسط 2024 لاستعراض الأهداف التحويلية لرؤية المملكة 2030 التي تسعى إلى تمكين المرأة وجعل الرياض مركزاً عالمياً للأعمال والابتكار. المرأة هي محور توازن الحياة وأساس المحبة والرحمة والسلام في العالم، وهي عماد المجتمع. وكما قال سيدي خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز حفظه الله: المرأة هي مصدر التطور لأي مجتمع، فمن غير نساء ممكنات يصعب إصلاح المجتمعات. وقد حققت المرأة السعودية إنجازات محلية وعالمية في مرحلة التمكين بما يتوافق مع رؤية 2030، خاصة بعد إعلان الرياض عاصمة للمرأة العربية عام 2020، وذلك بمساهماتها التنموية وأعمالها باعتبارها ركيزة أساسية في التنمية من خلال علمها وثقافتها وإنجازاتها، وتفوقها عالمياً بشخصيتها المميزة، بعروبتها وأصالة تقاليدها وعاداتها، حيث تشارك بقوة وثقة في الحراك العالمي نحو تحقيق التنمية والعدالة والسلام، وذلك بقيادات متميزة من السيدات السعوديات لطرح رؤى وتجارب وأفكار تثري وتفاعل دور المرأة لتحقيق أهداف رؤية 2030. حيث شهدت المملكة العربية السعودية طفرة كبيرة في تعزيز دور المرأة في سوق العمل، مما ساهم في رفع نسبة مشاركتها والتي بلغت ما يقارب 36% في الربع الثاني من العام 2024. وتهدف المملكة إلى رفع هذه النسبة إلى 40% ضمن مستهدفات رؤية 2030 لتكون عنصراً فاعلاً في تحقيق التنمية المستدامة، سواء من خلال العمل في القطاع الحكومي أو القطاع الخاص أو العمل في المشروعات الصغيرة وريادة الأعمال، أو باستثمار إمكانياتها في العمل التطوعي، وذلك بفضل من الله ثم ما قدمته المملكة بقيادة سيدي خادم الحرمين الشريفين وولي عهده قائدنا وملهمنا سمو الأمير محمد بن سلمان حفظهما الله، في رحلة إصلاحية غير مسبوقة وبشهادة المجتمع الدولي، من أجل أن تكون المرأة السعودية من أوائل السيدات في العالم لدعم النمو والمشاركة الحضارية بكل عزيمة وثبات وإصرار، وذلك ما أشرت إليه في كتابي المرأة العربية وصناعة الريادة، وكذلك من خلال رئاستي لهيئة المرأة العربية، والتي حرصنا بأعمالنا فيها على زيادة الوعي بقضايا المرأة عن طريق حملات ومبادرات، سواء من خلال منصات التواصل الاجتماعي أو على أرض الواقع. وللمرأة السعودية دورها الكبير في تنمية قطاع التعليم سواء الحكومي أو الخاص، فللتعليم دوره الرئيسي في تطوير السلوك البشري، ولذلك يجب علينا استهداف الكوادر التعليمية المؤهلة والعمل على رفع جودة التعليم وتنمية المنشآت التعليمية وتطوير المناهج الدراسية والتوسع في التعليم التقني والمهني وتشجيع البحث العلمي والابتكار واستخدام الذكاء الصناعي والتعلم الذاتي لاكتساب المعرفة وتطوير المهارات لمواجهة التقنيات المتسارعة عالمياً، وذلك عن طريق التخطيط الاستراتيجي المدروس للبعد الاجتماعي والبيئي والاقتصادي، وذلك ما تم تحقيقه من خلال تأسيس شركة المهرة للتعليم منذ عام 2012، إيماناً منا بأن التعليم وتكافؤ الفرص هما أهم ما يجب أن يحصل عليه الفرد، لأن التعليم ليس كمالية بل هو ضرورة، وكما أقول دائماً الشيء الوحيد الأكثر كلفة من التعليم هو الجهل. ولذلك كان تركيزنا على الطفل كنواة مجتمعية هامة جداً، ولا بد من دعم حقوقه في المجال التعليمي والرياضي والترفيهي والصحي. وقد تم إطلاق مبادرات للأطفال والشباب، منها مبادرة نحو طفولة مبدعة آمنة لتطوير مهارات وقدرات الأطفال، والتي تم قياس الأثر على نجاحها على أكثر من 2650 طفل وناشئ، تم توزيعهم على 17 مدينة بمناطق المملكة. وأيضاً مبادرة أحب لغتي العربية لتعزيز الهوية الوطنية والإرث الثقافي والحضاري للأطفال والنشء، والتي امتدت ل3 أعوام بنجاح ولله الحمد. كما تم العمل على تدريب وتأهيل 6235 من الفتيات والسيدات للمشاركة بفاعلية في سوق العمل، ونحن حالياً بصدد إنشاء جمعية دعم الطفولة كمشروع استراتيجي متكامل لتنمية وتعزيز الدعم للأطفال وبجميع أطيافهم من الأيتام والمرضى وذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة، لطفولة مزدهرة ومجتمع يواكب تحديات العصر ليصبح الحلم واقعاً. وفي الختام أتوجه بالشكر والتقدير لكل امرأة قوية وناجحة في العالم، كل امرأة تساهم في بناء مجتمعها ولها تأثيرها الإيجابي في تنمية البشرية والإنسانية، وشكراً لكم.
Thank you so much, Your Highness, for those incredibly powerful words. And truly, women are at the very center of the transformation that we are seeing both in Saudi Arabia and in the region. We would love to present you with a very special token of our appreciation, Your Highness. Truly, it is with women like that in positions of leadership that anything is possible. And so now, ladies and gentlemen, for our first panel of the day, we are going to be decoding the investor mindset. In a region as vibrant and as fast-paced as the GCC, understanding what drives investors, how to attract funding and build lasting connections are keys to thriving in today's competitive landscape. And so joining us today are three trailblazing leaders who have redefined investment in the region and beyond. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Her Excellency Dalia Khurshid, the Group CEO and Managing Director of Beltone Holding. Please. Amal Dukhan, Managing Partner at 500 Global MENA. And last but not least, Huda Lawati, the founder and CEO of Aleph Capital. Thank you. Come through. Wonderful to have you all with us, because together you do bring unparalleled expertise and insights into the evolving world of investments and entrepreneurship. And we want to find out what truly drives successful investment decisions and strategies to unlock funding opportunities and how businesses can align with the dynamic needs of this flourishing region. So, Your Excellency, I would love to start with you first of all. In terms of when you're evaluating a company's readiness for investment, what are you looking for? What are those key indicators that you're looking for? And also, what are some of the ones that may be less obvious or overlooked?
Okay, thank you. First of all, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting us today. It's an honor and it's a pleasure. Thank you for having us in this inspiring panel. With respect to investment, whether you're a strategic investor or a financial investor, a majority investor or a minority investor, there are key traits that are very important that have to go hand in hand. It's both on the qualitative and the quantitative underlying fundamentals. Because sometimes there are very good ideas and they are very good investments from a concept perspective, but they don't have the ability of making money. So it's not important that the company is ready for investment, that it's making money, but it needs to have the ability to make money. And it's very important also that we look at, is it scalable? Because it's very important, because either you're a strategic, as I said, or financial. In both situations, you need to be able to have sustainable growth for a business to be qualified from an investor perspective. So these are very important underlying fundamentals that we always look at. And overall, all of this has to be cultivated with the right team and the drive behind this business. Because management is key. And management can take the right decisions in maintaining and the right decisions in stopping certain actions. So these are very important traits that we look at them, and it's very important that we ensure that all of them are looked at with special weights in order for us to be able to see how we are going to be managing it. So these are key factors that we look at when we look at whether a company is ready for investment or not.
Of course, and you know, when you say it's the team, do you find that people often have a great idea, but they forget to hire well and forget to have that team? Because at the end of the day, you're also balancing for risk and reward as well.
Exactly. Now, I've looked at investment from different angles. I was first an investment banker, so I was serving investors, advising investors, starting with being the investment banking head for Citigroup, so I was looking at it from that perspective. Then I moved to corporate, so I sat on the other side of the table, growing and getting into investments in all around the emerging markets, then into Europe and the US. Then I moved to a policymaker, and I became the Minister of Investment. And then I became back again into investment banking, but also into an investment head, managing investments in the region. So at every different stage of my career, there has always been a decision. And decision-making is a very important trait in the management team. Decision-making in getting the right people around you. Decision-making in how you're going to manage it. Decision-making in being disruptive. Decision-making in understanding what decisions to take at the right time. How to stop certain things. Some people can't take the decision to stop. And it gets them into a deep dive when sometimes there is a huge opportunity for you to recultivate your business, take new decisions, and then get into an inflection point again. So this is the balance between how you look at balancing your risk against your reward. And every stage of an investment is a risk. An investment, by virtue of it being an investment, is a risk decision that you take. But you just need to go very simple and very basic. How much of that risk is valuable compared to how much am I going to be rewarded on? And as long as the formula is balanced and the formula is on an overall perspective making you money, because there are so many instances that you are not making money but will make money. So it's a risk decision that you're taking for a time frame. And whether you're staying for a short period, whether you're staying on the medium term, whether you're staying on the long term, you need to be able to have that calculated risk.
And so, Emma, speaking to that, what do you see entrepreneurs in terms of the kind of mistakes that they make when they're trying to approach VCs? What are those mistakes that they make, and how can they avoid them?
I think it's an important question that sometimes we don't want to say mistakes, especially if they're doing it for the first time, Sally. And maybe it's good to highlight also that I come from an early stage investment lens, which is pre-seed and seed, which is different than when you look at it from a growth perspective, Series A and B, and I think, Huda will definitely speak a lot on that. So when we're looking at early stage investors, I would say you'll be shocked that the first thing that I see could be a mistake is over-focusing on the investor and giving your full attention to that rather than going and really getting customers. You know what attracts? It's the other way around. It's like if you're over-focusing on fundraising, investors, what do they want, you're kind of like dismissing that the end user is your money maker, it is your validation, it is the one that's gonna get the investors to come to you and say, I wanna see what you're doing, why are you attracting, that many customers? And that's your strength and your muscle, right?
So I think
reshift.
Yeah.
There's a shift that needs to happen at the early stage, and that's why when we work with founders, we tell them at the beginning, let's get the experiments. Let's instill the experimentation, the lean, kind of thinking. Who are the early ones? You don't have technology. You don't have to have technology at the beginning, right? Technology is a mean and a tool, right? VCs want technologies to scale. But if you're able to test it with an Excel sheet, you're able to test it with a WhatsApp, you're able to test it on any mean, then this is great, right? So I think the first thing is like over-focusing on the VC. The second thing, over-focusing on building the tech while you're not actually doing enough time with the customers again. And the point is, we always ask, how much time are you spending to attract new customers versus how much time are you spending on building your tech? Early days, right? So the balance should be leaning toward understanding consumers. The second thing is really understand whom are you fundraising from? Well, it's the other way. The investor is sort of a customer. You're trying to please them, understand their minds, how they think, where do they come from, what did they do. Her background was, there's a bit of government, there's a bit of that. You have to speak the language of the investor. You have to know where they come from. And there's a bit of psychology in it. And I think this is over-dismissed again by the founders, that there's a lot of emotions involved in the formula of decision-making. Whether you want to admit it or not, or whether we as VCs want to admit it or not, there's that first time I sit with you, am I comfortable working with you? Are we clicking on any points? Are we able to talk? Are you able to listen to me and I listen to you? There's so many values that we need to align on at the very beginning that a lot of people always say it's almost like a relationship or actually a marriage proposal, right? Are we going to do it? And sometimes you see a great company, but you can't work with the founder. And that's a big issue, and it's a red flag. So as you mentioned, the founders, sometimes they say it's a cliche to say the founders is the biggest thing we look for. No, it's not. It is the core, because market changes, technology changes, economical shifts happen, but the founders are the ones that are going to bounce back and bring a new product and bring a new thing. So keep that in mind when you're fundraising. So you see a lot of it is instilling, kind of mindsets when you're sitting with the investor. And maybe a technical advice, around also some of the mistakes. I think sometimes it's so random. They go and talk to any investor and to all the investors, and they reach out to everybody. And not everyone invests in your sector, in your stage, in your country, and the list goes on, right? So do the homework at the beginning of understanding, what do they invest in? Do you fit the thesis? Every investor has a thesis, and just to simplify it, it's the agreement we have with our investors. We also have LPs that gave us money to invest in certain ways. You have to know what we invest in. And you know who is the best, actually, person to tell you about an investor? What is the best diligence? Any thoughts? With whom? With the founder, right? Go ask the founders they invested in. How were they? How's the process? How long does it take? How much is the ticket? And all of these stuff. Rather than coming to the meeting and wasting 20 minutes asking basic questions you should have gotten, from another place. So prep is also important. And maybe I'll close with something that I saw some of the most successful founders have done at an early stage, which is design your round. How do I design my round? All of the things that I mentioned, right? Who are the first liners I'm going to actually go and target? Because they have either synergies, they have the background, I could fit with the company they are working with, so I could be a consumer, I could be a collaborator. Think of all of these intricacies. It's a map. Draw that map. And really try to find, where should I go? That will be your first liner. You didn't get a response, go to the second one. And I know this is so much tactics, but at the very beginning, use the help of the other founders to help you design that. But we have a founder who talked to 600 with that methodology, over 600 investors, over a period of 4 months, and they got to close the round after that with most of the ones they spoke to at the very beginning. It just took time. Why do I go to the second liners? Because not everyone who told you, I commit or I'm interested, will definitely convert. You have to protect your company, your interests, take the second liners, but really be ready for that. And you see there's a lot of mental kind of prep in that. And that's why we always say, hopefully you have a co-founder, somebody still focused on the business, and somebody is fundraising. So divide responsibilities. But at the end of the day, we really hope that the table is equal between an investor and a founder. But believe it or not, sometimes it's not even for us. I sat on tables where I had to convince the founder to enable me and allow me to get into that deal because it was such a hot deal. They are oversubscribed, and they have so much money. So I think understand the dynamic. Where do you stand? How much leverage do you have? When to actually push, for the valuation and all of these stuff at the beginning, and when to pull back to close.
It's so interesting. It's kind of like a matchmaking thing, isn't it? When you talk about it, and it's like, you got to know the other side, you got to know how they think and what they do. It's true. I was listening to Reid Hoffman talk about the founder of LinkedIn, multi-billionaire now because of LinkedIn, and obviously so many other companies, but he said the same thing. He gets approached all the time to invest. And sometimes he knows that that business is going to make so much money, but he will say no because he doesn't like the kind of person who's heading it up. So it's like this relationship that you're going into. It's incredible to think about that. Huda, I'd love to bring you in on the conversation as well. In terms of thinking about the different rounds that we can bring in investors to the business, the factors that entrepreneurs should be prioritizing, speaking to Amina's point, in terms of selecting the right investor for sustainable growth.
So firstly, thank you. Thanks Forbes Middle East for doing this and for having me here. You know, I've been investing in emerging markets for 20 years, and the landscape has changed so much. Today, almost every conversation in the region especially tends to be very VC-oriented. I'm in private equity. We invest at later stages, we invest at growth stage, regardless of business is digital native or not. And I think because it's such a nascent area, people do this, you know, the VC founders that come to me to raise money is ridiculous. It's like, you know, a few times a day. And I'm like, you just need to open my website or see anything I say to know that I'm not a VC investor, I'm a private equity investor. And that really puts me, to Amal's point, in a negative frame of mind where I'm like, well, you didn't even do the research to figure out if I'm the right investor for you or not. So I think there's a lot of homework and prep that's important when it comes to how to approach investors, but then going to your point of how to select investors for sustainable growth. We talk a lot about sustainable growth because we invest in the mid-market business. These are businesses that have, you know, 80, 100 million riyals of revenue, they're profitable. They tend to have a key man or key woman risk because it's a founder who's driving them. And they've gotten to this point of whether it's 100 million riyals of revenue, 200 people, but that stage at which it's not scalable anymore. They need to build up teams, they need to invest in talent, technology, infrastructure. And that's where I've had a lot of experience in terms of value add. I really appreciate people who come to me for that and who talk to me about the fact that they need to build their backend, or they need to improve their supply chain, or they need to improve their ERPs, or they want to know how to get into Saudi, or whatever aspect of growth it is. It's being very clear on what it takes for you to go from mid-market to a growing and long-lasting business, because in this sector, there are hundreds and thousands of businesses that either plateau or start declining because they don't know how to take that next step. So I think you need to be clear as a founder or business owner, management team, that what is my ambition? First of all, obviously, what is my target market potential? Then what is my ambition, and what are the missing pieces for me to get there? I'm loath to see founders who come and tell me that, oh, we just need money, right? And this does happen. To your point on rejecting good deals, I've dealt, and one particular comes to mind, founders who are invested in very good businesses, growing businesses, and I actually would say that they might do very well, but I'm not going to invest with them because their focus is not value creation. Their focus is not investors, and I don't mean investors instead of prioritizing, but bringing them into the remit as stakeholders. Some founders look at investors as partnering with me and becoming part of the stakeholder group, and others look at them as financiers. And that's important because when things go south, who do you solve for? You need to solve for all your stakeholders, from your investor to your T-boy. Honestly, if you're a good founder, you're solving for everyone when things go wrong. That personality trait is very important. I don't care if they're going to grow, but if they don't have that trait, they don't have that focus, they don't have the ability to understand that, you know, their dollar is just as important as my dollar, just as important as the dollar that the employee is waiting for, I'm not interested. They also have to be realistic, right? I mean, you can't have, if you have a business that says that, well, I am going to continue doing exactly what I do with the management team that I have or with the technology that I have, and I'm going to become a billion-dollar business. That's usually not true. And that's where we go back to sustainable growth, because you can grow by, you know, at a very early stage in the VC space, you grow by doing a lot of spend on customer acquisition. At some point, that needs to become a little bit more organic, and you need to have a head office cost that is supportable and still generates profit. When you come into our stage, you might invest more in that. We differentiate a lot in the private equity space, and that we allow businesses to go into a J curve. I don't mind taking profitable business and letting it go into negative territory because I'm investing in talent and technology for scale up. That's sustainability. That needs time. You can't do it in 2-3 years. But we're committed to that time if the founder is in the right mindset.
You need that long-term vision to really make it happen. Absolutely, because too many, I think, go into it thinking they can go into blitzscaling quite soon, too soon into it. But unfortunately, we have run out of time, but in an incredible wealth of knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our speakers, Her Excellency Dalia Khurshid, Amal Dukhan, and Huda Lawati. Thank you so much.
Hello, ladies. Just let me give you small comments about this discussion. If you missed this discussion, please go ahead to YouTube to watch it again, because honestly, this is the best brilliant mind here. And this is three ladies. They are amazing in investment, and read about them, read about the achievements they've done. It's amazing to have like Her Excellency Dalia to lead big companies of investment, and also Amal Dukhan to be in 500 startups. It's a global company. It is not easy. Something it's really proud to. And also Huda, she's amazing with Aleph Capital. It's role models of the investment. Please make sure to watch the discussion again in YouTube. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And of course, as Khulud did point out, they are absolutely phenomenal trailblazers in the investment world. And we really could have spoken to them for hours about this incredible topic. But now we are going to be exploring how influential leaders are driving women's empowerment in Saudi Arabia and beyond as the kingdom realizes its Vision 2030. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Her Royal Highness, Princess Lamia bint Majid Saud Al Saud, the Secretary General and member of the Board of Trustees at Al Walid Philanthropies, His Excellency Ambassador Christophe Farnot, the EU Ambassador to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom of Bahrain, and the Sultanate of Oman. And of course, your moderator for this discussion, Ramya Faraj, senior presenter and producer at Forbes Middle East. Take it away, Ramya.
Thank you, Sally. Good morning, everyone. We are so excited to be back in the Riyadh for the second Forbes Women's Summit. I cannot think of a better place to celebrate women's progress and women's achievement, and I think you would all agree with me on that. And it is really a pleasure to be joined by a woman who I have had so many important conversations with. She is driving impact in the kingdom when it comes to women's empowerment. Her Royal Highness Princess Lamia, thank you so much for being with us today. And also, we are fortunate to be joined by His Excellency Mr. Farnot, the EU Ambassador, who is working to advance women's empowerment in the kingdom and beyond. I should also mention that Princess Lamia is the granddaughter of the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. What a fantastic panel. I would like to start, Princess Lamia, by talking about your leadership. It really spans both philanthropy and media, and I have to say, you have mastered both philanthropy and media, and I would like to know how these intersect to really promote cultural advocacy and to empower women both locally here in the kingdom but also internationally.
Now it's working. It's okay. So first of all, thank you very much, Ramyan. It's always a pleasure being with you in a panel. You've been missed. I have been a long time we didn't see each other.
It's been too long.
Yes. So first of all, thank you, ladies, for having me. It's such a pleasure to be among those amazing, successful, accomplished ladies. As you know, I have been working in the philanthropy sector for over a decade now. And lately, I was appointed to be the CEO of the Rotana Media Group.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I believe media and any sector is very much interconnected. In philanthropy in specific, if you want to change the world, if you want to deliver the message for all around the world, especially for El Walid Philanthropy, we work in over 180 countries around the world. So media is a very important aspect of the story. For you to have this amazing and I would say resilient ladies around the world that really look up for each other and how we can support each other from here, from Riyadh. So I'll give you an example locally and one internationally. In El Walid Philanthropy, one of the initiatives that I really cherish is the Wa'ya Legal Initiative. This initiative is working in empowering women and creating awareness about women legal rights. We do women legal rights awareness, we do a lot of consultancy, we do represent women in courts, we train over 2,000 female lawyers to practice law. This initiative, without media, it would never reach the 20,000 beneficiaries till date. Without announcing it, without promoting it, without letting people understand what we're doing and how they're going to benefit, whether from a consultancy perspective, whether from training perspective, we would never reach the number that we want to reach. Moreover, globally, when we worked with the International Scouts Foundation, which is really carries and have over 450 million youth around the world, how to create awareness about pressing issues around the world nowadays, which is, unfortunately, it's becoming bigger and bigger every day. Without media to deliver this message and to gather people around certain cause for them to adopt it and really work upon it and to deliver it till the 2030, whether it's the SDGs or the Saudi vision, it would be almost impossible to do so.
So you are having a huge impact and you are using media to spread the word. And this is incredibly important. Your Excellency, I'd like to bring you into the conversation. Gender inequalities, they do still exist in the EU. It has made enormous progress in the past few decades. But as an EU ambassador, what do you feel Saudi can learn from the EU's action plans and its policies on gender equality?
Well, first of all, thank you for the kind invitation. It's really great and exciting to be here with you today. I'm not so sure about the word learning, because when you look at this brilliant audience and on stage, I think the kingdom does already a lot. So congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, by the way. But as you mentioned, gender equality is a priority for the European Union. It's been so for years. And I think what it takes is a lot of commitment. And so we do it, and with some results, even if it's not perfect. And for instance, we've had now for years a gender action program, gender action plan. And currently it's in third edition, for instance. So it's very structured policy that we have. And for instance, in action abroad, it's been a strong commitment to make sure that 85% of the programs we have abroad have something to do with gender equality. Because gender equality is part of everything nearly. So that's what we try step by step to promote with partner countries, of course. And I think it's never perfect, but we're getting there slowly. And as a very talking and telling example, I should say that in a way, the European Union is already in the hands of ladies. Because when you look at the top level, the President of the European Commission is a lady, President von der Leyen. The head of the Parliament, Roberta Metsola, is a lady as well. The head of the Central Bank, Christine Lagarde, is a lady. And the new head of the European diplomacy, Ms. Callas, is a lady. So where are the men, basically? So thank God everybody can play this role. But you know, this step by step, this action, I think, is very active. And I think it's important first to talk about it, as we do now. And this is why congratulations for having this event again. We never talk enough about it. I was just earlier at the Internet Governance Forum, where there was also a panel on this topic. But then we have to take action and to act consistently year after year. And from young age to adulthood, it makes a difference. So we're glad to be able to cooperate with the Kingdom on that. Thank you very much.
You were on a panel this morning in Riyadh speaking about women's empowerment, and now you're at the Forbes Women's Summit speaking about women empowerment. So your advice is to talk more about it and then implement change. A couple of years ago, Princess Lamia gave me this beautifully crafted, can you see it? It's a leather laptop case, which I still carry today. It's one of my favorite leather goods items. And this is just one product of the Saudi Artisans Program. Princess Lamia, please share with us your vision and impact of local initiatives like the Artisans Program and also the Mizwada Project in fostering entrepreneurship among Saudi women.
Well, of course, you know that this project in specific is very dear to my heart. I believe the Saudi ladies here will understand what I'm going to say. When I started working in the foundation and we started analyzing and understanding more why the initiative or the project of the artisan is not working, we found out it's about the perspective of people. We used to call them usar muntija, if you remember, and I refused this completely. Because they're not just people just selling goods just to live, they're creating art and they're preserving their culture, literally without them knowing. So we used to just train and let them go. Since we came, myself and my team, and it's of course a team effort, we decided no, we're gonna train upon project. So I don't think they have this much knowledge about how they can move forward with those products and how we can create this model of actually perfecting the quality of the product. So we started to restructuring the full initiative. Nowadays, we have over 120, 130 artisans ladies. We create those beautiful goods. We satisfy actually hotels as room accessories. Now, every one of the ladies here, if you are going to the Four Seasons, all the renovation of the Four Seasons, all the room accessories, all the artworks are from the Saudi artisans of the foundation, not, thank you, thank you.
It really is beautiful and such lovely quality.
And by the way, it's 100% natural resources, Saudi natural resources. Not this only, Mizwada was the local brand. And after all of the success of Mizwada, now we created another international brand, which is House of Arabia. We're launching our line in Harrods, inshallah, 2025.
Fantastic.
And you'll see it there, bi'idhnillah.
We will be shopping in London for the Saudi goods.
Inshallah.
Your Excellency, you must have had some personal experiences that really shaped your perspectives on advancing gender equality, particularly in your role as ambassador to Saudi, Oman, and Bahrain. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, of course, your personal experience plays a role. I could go back to when I was a child and later when it's important precisely that you're aware of this equality. And so I, as many people in this room, belong to a generation where that thing in a way is natural, but it's not always a fact. So you have to reconcile the objective and what you do. And so when you get to a position as a diplomat or as an ambassador, I think it's very important to promote it, yes, but also to perceive what's around you and what's happening. And I must say that a key point is to have teams where you have both men and women, for instance. So as an ambassador, you don't always choose your team, but you can still make sure that it happens. And since, against the backdrop I described, that's what's happening, I think it's very inspiring because you can see that your counterparts or people in your team do not always react the same if they are men or women. And that's very positive, and I always was inspired by that, I must say. But now you're talking about the kingdom. I must say as well that being here allowed me to meet with incredible ladies, by the way, inspiring women, as the phrase goes. And so on stage, once again, it's always a great pleasure. But also, whether you talk about sports, you have incredible women in sports in Saudi Arabia, from, I don't know, boxing to rally races, which is quite unexpected when you think of the kingdom when you're abroad in business, but many ladies on this room have already spoken about that, in arts, in culture more broadly. And to me, it's very important to know them, of course, and to be able to do things together. And it's, for me, it is and will remain a priority to make sure that there's this dialogue, and based on it, to find occasions, events, when we can enhance it, and of course, promote it, because it's not just, again, what's happening right now. It's going to be happening in the coming years for the new generations. What the young boys and young girls see now will clearly lead them to behave differently in the future. And for diplomats, these relations are very important. We have this priority. What we build now is, of course, to bring fruit in the coming generations.
And partnerships and collaboration are also crucial, aren't they? Tell us a little bit about the key partnerships and the key collaborations that can really help amplify the voice and impact of women-focused initiatives on a global scale. Princess Lamia, you mentioned entering the UK market and selling Saudi goods in Harrods. Tell us a little bit more about these partnerships and potential partnerships of the future. If you could both.
So I'll keep it up with the artisans, which is, we have a very good example for this. When we started the initiative or the project of the artisans, we've been fortunate enough to collaborate with Prince of Wales Foundation. We worked with them before in Afghanistan, and we created an excellent center for artisans in Afghanistan, and also they already in the international market, their goods. So we thought, why not? We invite them to Saudi Arabia, and back then we worked with the authority of Culture Authority led by Prince Sultan bin Salman. And we started working with them. We have been working with them now for over 14 years. You have a lot of women in Saudi Arabia that really master this craft, but you still have a long way to perfect quality and to understand more how to satisfy the international market. And this, what we did with Turquoise Mountain, which is, as I said, a part of the Prince of Wales Foundation. So we created with them this initiative in Afghanistan, in Myanmar, and in Palestine as well. All of them are linked to international market, and this is what we are doing with them now, that we're actually showcasing the beautiful Saudi culture in London, as you said. And this is how I think I would say the collaboration, how it will reflect very well from an international level to the local market. Yes.
Your Excellency.
Well, if you allow me, I would start with a basic but fundamental type of cooperation, which is between men and women. Because women empowerment is not just about women, it's about men as well. if men do not cooperate and are not convinced of its importance, it's doomed for failure. Well, so far it's going well, but I think it has to be even stronger in a way. So that's a key point. When you talk about women's rights, you have to talk about men as well. And the second thing, maybe just now to enlarge it and talk more in a diplomatic way, I think that it's very important that whatever the program you choose, whatever the field, we realize that there is a gender dimension, gender equality dimension, and then push for it. And again, for the common good. It's not just a moral story. It's also a question of efficiency. And I will give you 3 quick examples based on what's happening right now. The first is environment. By definition, as was shown, by the way, at the very recent COP16 that took place here in Riyadh on the desertification and drought, the gender dimension is key, because what women do all over the world has an environmental dimension as well. And so it was raised during the conference. There were recommendations, there were ideas to promote it. And so by promoting women's rights, women empowerment, you contribute to this environmental key issues for all of us. And so I think this is an area where we have collectively to do more, and this is something where it is happening, and it's a very good thing. Second field, maybe the digital world. We all talk about the internet governance and digital gap. There is a gender digital gap. And for instance, I was surprised to read that according to UN estimates currently, 69% of men are internet users, and only 63% of women around the world, worldwide, are internet users. It doesn't sound too big, but it does make a difference. It's very significant. And it's even worse when you turn to the rate of women in the high-tech workforce, for instance. So again, there is something we have to address, and by addressing it, it will be the smart thing to do, because it's not just about rights, it's also about efficiency. And a lot of initiatives are happening right now, and I think it's going to the right direction. And maybe a last theme I want to mention, sports. I mentioned it earlier because I think it's very positive and very, very telling, again, especially for the young generation. There's more and more now women in sports. I read that tens of thousands of young Saudi girls are now practicing football, which is something which is totally amazing and that many people around the world would not even think about. It's a very good sign, and I think we have to push for that. And all these are fields that way on which we can work together between the Europeans, for instance, and the Saudis. There's a lot to share on that because it's a common objective.
It is a common objective, and I think you're both doing a wonderful job at finding solutions to the challenges we are facing in this region when it comes to women empowerment. I want to congratulate you both on the great work you're doing, both in Saudi and internationally, and thank you so much for joining me today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Royal Highness and Your Excellency, for that fantastic discussion. Just a note to say that we also have the She Leads stage, a secondary stage as well, here at the Women's Summit, where there are more brilliant and inspiring conversations happening. So please do make sure that you do check out that stage as well throughout the summit. In our next session, we are going to be looking at a very, very important topic. And this is all about how aligning the mind, body, and spirit can really unlock powerful, personal transformation. To do just that, please join me in welcoming to the stage Hala Kadhim, life educational coach, mentor and founder of the Journey Through Change program, and somebody who is incredibly inspiring to women all over the region. And to lead the discussion with her, please welcome your moderator, Ruwaida Abella Northen, the founder and CEO of JRN Consultancy.
I'll sit here, you sit here? Yeah. I have this one.
You have that. I don't. Okay.
Okay. Oh, mine is on now. Magic. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an absolute honor to be back here for the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit in Riyadh. Today we're surrounded by such incredible women who are doing amazing things and driving change. We're discussing how our mind, body, and spirit can empower us to overcome challenges, foster mental well-being, and achieve balance in our personal and professional lives. Before we begin, I want to take a moment to thank an incredible woman and role model, the lady who brought us all here together. She works tirelessly to bring brilliant minds and foster change. She's someone I admire greatly. Khulud Al-Umayyan, thank you so much for having us again. I'm also so excited to be moderating this conversation with my mentor, someone that I love very deeply. She's not only a dear friend, but she changes the lives of millions of women around the world.
Now you're going to make me cry.
That's Anas's job.
That's Anas's job.
Ustada Hala Kazem is an award-winning everything. Her program, Journey Through Change, her wisdom, passion, commitment to empowering women has inspired countless lives, including my own. Mama Hala, it's truly a privilege to share the stage with you this morning. And we want to pick your brain and understand how we can change our lives just by changing our thoughts. So I'm going to ask you, I'm going to switch to Arabic now. ما الذي ألهمك لإنشاء برنامج رحلة عبر التغيير وكيف ساهمت قصتك الشخصية في تشكيل قيمه الأساسية؟
واو. أولاً يا صباح ومساء الحب، أهلاً وسهلاً. جداً أنا أتشكر خلود والحاضرين لوجودكم، الأميرة، وسعيدة بوجودي هنا. أنا أفضل إني أتكلم عربي، بنسوي شوي ميكس إنجليش أرابيك، بس شوفي التغيير اللي نبغيه. أول شيء شكراً رويدة على الكلام الحلو، يا قلبي أنت بنتي حبيبتي. التغيير أساسه طريقة تفكيرنا، هي فكرة. على قد ما نحن نستهين بهالأشياء، أول شيء تغيرين الفكرة، المشاعر تتغير، ثم الفعل، بعدين النتائج. وأصعب مرحلة وين؟
تغيير الفكرة.
بعدين لا، الاستمرارية.
Yes.
فأول تغيير لازم نغير طريقة تفكيرنا. How we dare to change our thoughts. إنك تكون عندنا الشجاعة إن نفكر بطريقة مختلفة. تكون لنا الشجاعة إني أقول أنا ما أبغى أكون تفكيري مثل كل حد، مو بشيء غلط، بس أنا عندي تفكيري اللي أنا أؤمن فيه، اللي أنا أبغيه. فهني البداية. It's how you dare to change the thought even if you're not like anybody else.
Wow.
And I know it takes a lot. يبغي له الشجاعة ويبغي له قوة، بس هني تكون عندي الشجاعة إني أغير طريقة تفكيري، بعدين المشاعر تتغير. After your thought, your emotions change. أنا قاعدة أحاول أتكلم باللغتين. وبعدين بعد المشاعر ما تتغير، أنتوا فكروا الحين في شيء Just think of one thing. أنت غيرتي طريقة تفكيرك فيه. من شيء يمكن ما كنت تحبينه لحبيتيه. So the thought, then the feeling, then the action. الفعل. صح؟ فهني على قد ما نحن نقول الموضوع سهل، الموضوع مو بسهل، بس it's okay. بعد الفعل, the action after your emotion, because once you change your, just for instance, you hate the gym.
I do.
It's okay, you can hate it, but do it. If you change the way you think about the gym, إذا أنا حاولت أغير طريقة تفكيري عن الرياضة حتى لو ما أحبها، صحة، ما تخليني أحتاج حد، you don't need anybody, you'll be independent وكل الأشياء. Then you think, لازم أسوي شيء. غيرت هني. يوم تسوين الشيء تبتدين الرياضة. You start the exercise, right? So, feelings, thought, feelings, the action, you go to the gym or you go to Pilates like I do, and you do, your lifestyle changes. So that is how to dare to change.
I feel sometimes with different topics, something deeper than the gym, when you're trying to change thoughts that were seeded in you from, especially for women, from when you were a young girl, you're being told to be quiet, to not be seen, to not attract attention, to be a wallflower. And then when you grow up and you become more yourself and you realize, no, I have a voice, I want to speak. I don't want to sit in the corner and be quiet and let my big brother or...
But it's okay if you want to be quiet.
Yeah,
And it's okay if you want to talk. هني الفرق يكون عندي صوت. You said something very important, إن نحن تربينا على أفكار معينة. الgood girl.
Yeah.
صح؟
You're only good if you're
لازم
quiet.
تكونين البنت الزينة اللي صوتها ما يعلى، اللي ما تضحك بصوت عالي. الله يرحمها أمي.
الله يرحمها.
لا تسوين شي ولا تسوين شي ولا تعلين صوتك. وتحصرين نفسك. Like you put yourself in a certain good girl model, صح؟ So الدقيقة اللي تحسين, but I want to laugh. I want to do something. Then تقولين, بس أنا أخاف. That's why.
What would people say? That's
What
حاجز.
Okay, this is very good. Very good point. What they will say. Who are they? Ask yourself when you want to do something and you're afraid of people. إذا أنت خايفة من الناس، منو هالناس؟ كم تأثيرهم في يومياتك؟ أنا سويت لي شيء هالسنة. من ما تضايق أو حد يضايقني. أوكي؟ أقول شو تأثيرهم في حياتي اليومية؟ What is their effect in my daily life? My weekly life. Usually, it's nothing much. So you know what? It's okay. Yeah. So I think the mold of the good girl is nothing wrong to be a good girl. If you have a voice, it doesn't mean you're not good. If you laugh, you jump, you dance, you do an investment, you become a pilot, it doesn't mean you're not a good girl. Just ask yourself, who are they? منو they? منو الناس؟ ذابحيننا من كلمة ناس، صح؟
أي والله.
بالأصح نحن ذابحين نفسنا.
صح.
So
we give them the power to decide for us. أنت دايما تأكدين على أهمية التوافق بين العقل، الدماغ والجسد. كيف
التوافق
بين العقل، الدماغ well-being، الجسد، كيف يتم دمج هذه العناصر لتحدث تغير مستدام؟
اللي أنا قلت. There is a big connection with our mind. عندنا وايد اتصال مباشر بين العقل والعواطف. Just think of when you are somebody says something you don't like. What happens? So you hear it, right? It went to your brain. And then you think, شو قالت علي? And this and that. كيف? And your feelings, what happens? Boil. But if you come into me, by the way, she didn't mean it. In 5 seconds, like, oh, really? Okay. The feeling changes. So there's a big connection. It's all here. Then it goes to here. Then it goes to action.
هذا السؤال حلو لأنه I can relate. يعني sometimes we are harder on ourselves than we should be. So ما هو الدور الذي يلعبه التعاطف مع الذات في رحلة النمو الشخصي؟
So you were talking about how we have compassion for ourselves.
Yeah, how we can forgive ourselves.
المرأة على مدى العصور انحطت في قالب المضحية المعطاءة. You're a giver, you have to do this and you have to sacrifice and. So the minute a woman is busy at work, what does she do? تجلد نفسها, صح? So you feel guilty, even if you don't have children, your family, whatever it is, your husband, friends. فنحن حطينا نفسنا في قالب الguilt because we were required through histories, hundreds of years, that you should be a certain kind. لازم تكونين طريقة معينة، المضحية، المعطاءة. مو لازم تفكرين في نفسك، انت عندك عيال، انت عندك صديقات، انت عندك امك وابوك. You know what? Take it easy. Come on. يعني لمتى حنوصل لمرحلة، بس بعد في نفس الوقت you have to have compassion but then you have to be firm too. انه ما يستوي كل شيء اقول لازم تتعاطفين مع نفسك، تعاطفي مع نفسك وخليك حازمة في واجباتك، لكن يعني
don't victimize yourself.
No, يعني أولاً why do we victimize ourselves? We are not victims. I don't believe a woman can, like in general, إن هي ضحية. Even if she is in a house or she's a, a housewife or caretaker, we are so strong. We underestimate ourselves.
Yes.
Like we're really strong. Just imagine when you want something, like you will go and get it, right?
Yes.
So, yeah, دور الضحية is like it has to go. خلاص. Done.
In your experience, what is the biggest obstacle or the common barrier to personal growth, and how can people try to overcome it?
شوفي البيرسونال جروث اللي هو الواحد ينمي ذاته. I think إذا فكرة إني أنا الضحية it will never make you change. أنا المسكينة، أنا الضحية، أنا المظلومة، أنا يا حليلي. لا أنت مو بيحليلك. No. You know, grow up, get yourself together and move on. I think again, it's how I think. كيف أنا أفكر، كيف أطلع نفسي من فكرة معينة، من قالب معين. إذا أنا بس فتشيت هالفكرة اللي أنا سويتها في حياتي يوم أنا رحت للمستشارة النفسية إلين. She's my mentor now. When she said to me, هالة, يعني I was going through a difficult time. قالت, you're very strong. And I'm like, أنا? So I did the switch. That was 32 years back. So I'm 62 now, almost. So, and I did the switch. سويت السويتش. قلت, you know what? Grow up, هالة. You're not the victim. غيري طريقة تفكيرك. تقدرين تغيرين وانت تقدرين تسوين اللي تبغينه، بس هالفكره هني سويتش.
I mean, even the fact that you seeked help 30 years ago, I mean, it's still not really that common for people to say, you know what, I need help. I need to speak to someone. You did that 30 years ago.
Oh, I had to do
So
it.
you are strong.
كنت أسويها hiding. I would not tell anybody like going. بس you know what? I think أول نقطة في التغيير إني أقول عندي مشكلة. That's 50% of your problem is gone. Second 50 is the tough one. إنك أنت تشتغلين على المشكلة. كيف تصلحينها؟ والأصعب الاستمرارية. كلنا نتحمس له. رجيم، جيم، تغيير، أي شيء. You get excited in the beginning. Consistency.
But how do we do that? How do we make sure that we train our mind to stay consistent?
If you think you're worth it, this is self-love, the real self-love, not the la-la-land one.
Not the shopping self-love.
No, not the overrated self-love word that they use. Self-love is to say, you know what? أنا الحين عندي هالمشكلة. أبغي أحل المشكلة. الحل ما يستوي بيوم. I wish you can have a magic and then finish. No. إذا أنا صدق أحب نفسي، أحب جسمي، أحب عقلي، أحب عاطفتي، when you love yourself, you will give more love. ترى العطاء يزيد يوم تحبين نفسك. اللي يخليني أنا أستمر. So this year يعني قاعدة أركز وايد على الصحة الجسدية. اللي يخليني أستمر إن يوم أنا بكون 85 سنة إذا عشت ما أحتاج حد بمعنى الكلمة. أروح بيلاتيز، أروح رياضة، أمشي كل يوم، أصوم 16 ساعة، كل يوم سونا، كل يوم كولد بلانجز، كل شيء ما خليت شيء because ما أبغي أحتاج حد. Is it fun؟ لا. هل تظنين كل يوم الصبح أقول أوه ما عندي صبر أسير الجيم؟ لا، مرات أقول ما أبغى أقوم، بعدين أقول قومي هلا يلا. لازم أنا دائما أقول أبغي جسمي يشلني وعقلي يدبرني. And it has to be long lasting.
ما هو مفهوم الاستقلالية عندك؟
واو. إن يكون عندي تفكير مستقل بنفسي. ما أكون copy paste. أرجع وأقول وأعيد وأزيد. من التفكير يستوي الاستقلالية في كل شيء. استقلالية مالية which is أنا جدا سعيدة في النساء الحين وخلود قاعدة تركز وايد إن تبرز المرأة اللي عندها الاستقلالية المالية. لأن استقلالية مالية مو يعني أنا ما أكون مع زوجي وما أحب زوجي وعيالي، بس فيه ماجيك إني أعطيك قوة. استقلالية جسدية إنك تهتمين في جسمك. استقلالية هني أنا أحترم رأيك بس أنا عندي رأي فاين. ترى الجمال في الحياة إن ما في صح واحد، في عدة وجوه لأشياء كثيرة. فأنا أبغى أفكر بطريقة حالة، وأنتي برويدة أنتي تسوين الشيء بهالطريقة، أنا أسويه بهالطريقة. That's why it's so beautiful to have variety.
Hala, we could talk forever, but I don't think we have any more time. Thank you so much.
شكرا للحضور. شكرا. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hala and Ruwaida, and for speaking to the power of self-discovery and why that is indeed the key to success. You're incredible. Thank you so much, Hala. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, Hala Kadhim. And now we will be exploring how leadership, innovation, and empowerment intersect to inspire positive change. Please join me in welcoming to the stage to discuss this and so much more, Khawla Hamoud Al-Harthi, the CEO of Injaz Oman. We also have with us Iram Chari Yilandil, the head of international expansion at the Trendio Group, and last but not least, your moderator for this session, Her Excellency Layla Rahal Al-Atfani, Goodwill Ambassador and founder and CEO of the Woman Business Circle and Business Gate, Dubai. Please welcome your speakers.
Thank you, Sally. Well, welcome to the land of leadership, tolerance, innovation, and amazing Congress coming. My name is Layla Rahal. I'm your moderator, and we are happy to be in Saudi. Thank you to the Forbes Middle East Summit for hosting us today. I was running. Okay, today before starting our summit, I want to say thank you to Forbes Middle East and all the management for the great welcoming. We come from Dubai yesterday, and today we are in Riyadh, in our land of love, Saudi. I'm so happy to be with you, and let's welcome the globe to Saudi. We have two beautiful ladies who making change and challenge and impact in society, who are leading by excellence from Oman. Welcome, Khawla. And from Turkey, hoş geldiniz. Çok güzel. İstanbul'da hoş geldiniz. She is Erem from Turkey. So we're going to talk today about diversity, inclusion, and leadership, and we're going to talk about their journey, how it's impact the society, and making challenge. We have with us, we're going to start with you, Khawla. Khawla Al-Harthi, CEO of Injaz, from Oman, like she says, Sally, and she have a long journey of empowering and changing and challenging her team. And my question to you, what strategy could women apply in order to grow with others' organization to leadership position? The stage to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Layla. And it's a pleasure and an honor to be here today among all of these amazing women. Thank you, Forbes Middle East, for the opportunity. So going back to your question, I believe women should start off by defining their goals, their career goals, and then based on that, they'd be able to figure out the roadmap. People need to know what they want from themselves. And once you know that, within an organization, it would be good for you to communicate those ambitions with your supervisor, somebody who you know would be able to put you on the right path, which is why asking for continuous feedback would be important on your performance, on whether you're doing what is it that's expected of you in order for you to accelerate your growth within the organization. Another key point, which I think is very important, is for women to build their own support system, for them to create their network, whether through friends, through mentors, through their superiors at work, people who can open up doors for them, people who can advocate for them in rooms where they have no access to, which could again accelerate their career growth. I think last but not least, and I think this is really, really important, this is for all women out there, invest in yourself, invest in developing your skills, adopt lifelong learning, and not just for career growth, but it's also important for you because through it you'll get to unleash your potential. ladies, you need to always remember that you are the most important asset. So nurture it, challenge it, and let it thrive.
So thank you, Khawla. You mean you are advising the women to invest in them skill, to invest in them future, and to invest in them talent, and to monetize that area as a leadership and to empower other women. What a brilliant. Thank you. So we are going to Aram Yelnadli, Hoşgeldiniz. She is the head of international expansions of Trendyol Group, and she's coming to show us her leadership with SMEs. So my question to you, what initiative has Trendyol implemented to empower female lead SMEs in Turkey, especially, and what's the plan are in the place for the female SMEs in the Gulf MENA region? So what you can tell us about that?
Thank you for the warm welcome. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. First of all, let me share a few highlights about Trendyol Group. Trendyol was founded by two female entrepreneurs 14 years ago. That's why supporting women, empowering women with technology is at the core of what we do. And of course, as an organization, it matters us a lot to turn these words into actions. That's why we have two platforms. First one is Dolap. Dolap is our second-hand shopping platform, and almost 250,000 women entrepreneurs sell their products online in Dolap, and Dolap is their primary source of income. And Trendyol is also a marketplace, and it's active in 15 countries currently. And just in Turkey, Trendyol has 300,000 active sellers in its marketplace platform. And 20% of them are women entrepreneurs. And 5 years ago, I am working in Trendyol for the last 8 years, and 5 years ago, this statistic was 10%. With the programs, with the support, with the necessary resources and the technology, this the percentage doubled. And we believe that year over year, we will see more increase. Of course, just providing platforms is never enough. That's why we have two programs to support them. Future is Women program and Women Entrepreneurship program. And especially with Future is Women program, 20,000 women entrepreneurs completed their trainings about e-commerce, finance, and we give them extra visibility on our platform. And what we aim is the same for Gulf, because we believe that there is a huge and incredible potential in female entrepreneurship in this region. And of course, based on the needs in this region, we will implement those projects. And we believe that when one woman succeeds, it's an inspiration for many others. That's why we will support them and their stories to hear more about it.
Thank you. As you say, you are empowering, mentoring, and making the training for the women. So what does Trendyol support? How they support the women to do them financial freedom? Because today all of us were looking for financial freedom, and especially we're in this Forbes Middle East Women's Summit is to teach and to empower and to say our challenges story to make the change. So how you can change them life with your organization? What is the special tool you give them for them achieving the financial conclusion? Thank you.
First of all, they have access, the equal access to technology we have. Our tech team developed a seller center for all the sellers they are able to sell their products online in our marketplace. First of all female entrepreneurs in the region have access to the same tools. But of course, since there is still inequality in terms of reaching the resources and financial power, we need to support them extra. That's why we give them favorable commissions, we give them early payments, and we give them the necessary trainings. Also, I would like to mention another project we have, Village of Tomorrow, digital villages. Because in Turkey, if you are living in a rural area, you don't have access to the resources, you don't have access to the technology. That's why, with the partnership with UNDP, United Nations Development Program, we established Village of Tomorrow project. We have currently 3 villages, and in these 3 villages, they are located in the rural areas. Women have access to technology, women have access to computers. They have a photo shooting area, so they can list their products online in an e-commerce website. And we, of course, support them there. And we believe that if you support a woman in a rural area, you support an entire community.
Thank you, Iram. So moving to Khawla. Today with the mentorship, same question nearly, but different task. Mentorship network initiative, what we see in here in Forbes Middle East Women Summit. Also, I know that you are involved in many activities and initiatives. How those initiative you are doing, creating the impact in empowering women to the leadership, because we're focusing now, she lead, and we have to build leadership on the women. Thank you.
Right, so 2 important aspects, and they're very similar to what Iram has mentioned earlier, are mentorship and networking, and how, when brought together, they can be very effective tools to accelerate career growth. Mentoring provides women with personalized guidance, career advice, as well as the access to opportunities, whereas networking opens up plenty of doors for opportunities, for resources, to create a support network. And it's not just about meeting people, but it's about building relationships, long-term relationships. I think it's very important when we meet up with new people and when we approach these relationships, we need to be genuine. So we need to show genuine interest. People can tell when something's transactional, when you want something out of the relationship. So when you approach a relationship, you shouldn't just think of what you can get out of it, but how can you be of support and value and help to the other person. When it comes to these programs, nowadays you have a lot of organizations that have customized programs that combine the 2. For example, Schlumberger has a great example. They have a program called Connect Women, where female employees are connected with senior leadership in the organization, and they also have continuous networking events for their employees. And they've noticed that over a short period of time, the number of promotions have gone up. So this model can actually be replicated over several industries, because this one's obviously specific to the energy industry. And I'd also like to emphasize that this summit is a great example of an opportunity network, a networking, opportunity. I'd like to thank Forbes Middle East for bringing women from all over the region, women who are ambitious, women who are accomplished, and women who are like-minded. Ladies, take advantage of being here and try to connect, collaborate, and make sure that these relationships continue even after you leave the summit.
Thank you. So to wrap up, we need always to be innovative. And as women now leading everything with technology and innovation, and also as Forbes Middle East insists for leading innovation today in this summit and giving the voice to the women. So how women will be using the innovations and the technology, playing that creativity, of course, and exclusivity for opportunity for women in traditional system where the male is dominant for innovation and tech. How you see that sector being built, as we've seen the competition from the women is being aggressive. All the women now is going to digitalization, women in AI, women in tech, women. How you see that change and challenge impacting life of the women? Thank you, both of you.
First of all, like you mentioned, definitely we need more female tech leaders. We are also a tech company. And recently in our Riyadh office, we had a tech boot camp, and 100 Saudi students attended, and 30% of them female students. And we believe that it's highly critical for organizations like us to support the next generation of female tech leaders. And these female tech students will have the chance to have internship in Trendyol until we feel like gender equality is there and everyone has equal access to resources. We will continue to support women with innovation and technology.
Thank you. Khawla? It's your domain, actually. Your platform is leading with excellence.
Injaz is the leading youth-serving nonprofit organization in Oman, and obviously we work with the youth in the country from different regions, and technology and innovation come at the forefront of everything that we do. So all of our programs have technology and innovation integrated into it. We've also collaborated with industry experts such as Microsoft, LinkedIn, Google, and what they've done is they've kind of identified the skill gaps, as well as the areas where females are represented, and they've developed these programs in order for us to implement and to reach the women. And across a period of time, we've noticed that obviously there are we have more capable entrepreneurs, female-led startups, which was also a result of them participating in these programs.
Thank you so much. We are ending our panel. If you have any question, please prepare them. Before to close, we've seen leaders, women who speak in the first panel, second panel. We see pioneer, strong, powerful women who've been in ministry, who've been in different princes, royal family, which they are all leading by model. And the testimony today is Forbes Middle East, as we see Khulud, which is gathering the globe in Saudi, the land of opportunity. And I say thank you to Forbes, thank you to all the people really supporting us when we come here. You see that excellence leadership show in this summit. What the tip today you are giving to the women as a lady who is mother, sister, leader, entrepreneur, same for you from different country, you coming from Turkey, different culture, different mindset. In Middle East, what the tip you can give to the women as we are targeting the globalization? Like you see real model to Saudi today, Dubai yesterday, Forbes in Jordani, and everywhere. So what you can say to us, 3 tips. Thank you.
So it's not really a tip, it's more of a statement, and please keep this always in mind. Success has no gender, ladies. You want it, you believe in it, go for it, and you will achieve it. All the best.
I strongly agree with you. And in the previous panel, I really liked the sentence about switching. And I think we should have that. And we shouldn't feel like victims, but we have the power. We should just leverage the resources around us.
Thank you. Ladies, we are in a land which called today Forbes Middle East Women's Summit, which give an opportunity to connect, to boost each other, to be together. Be queen in your circle, but be a leader in the globe. Empower other women, give 3T, the testimony, tolerance, and always be tolerant to each other. That's your tip today. Love and peace from Saudi to the globe. Thank you. If you have any question, we will be there. Thank you. Khulud, thank you. This is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Much.
Thank you so much to our dynamic panel. And now we are going to be finding out more about how turning personal passion into professional success can shape leadership. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Huda Mohammed Samir Raghib, CHRO at EFS, IM Facilities Management Company, and Women Leader for Vision 2030. And your moderator for this fireside chat, Ramya Faraj, Senior Presenter and Producer at Forbes Middle East. Welcome, ladies. Everybody, before they do start, can I just ask everyone to move to the front? Come closer. We want you to be cozy. We want to make sure that you're absolutely part of the conversation. Please do move forward. Yes, we love that. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you, Sally. I'd like to know who's enjoying the Women's Summit. Yes, Khaloud is happy. Khaloud's having a great time. Who else is having a great time? I know I am, and it's so wonderful to be back here again and to be sitting with Huda. Huda is Chief HR Officer at one of the biggest facilities management companies in this entire region. She was selected as a woman leader for Vision 2030. She is a mentor at many organizations, including Princess Noura University. It's wonderful to have you with us, Huda. And I'd like to know a little bit about FSIM and how your organization is really empowering women to balance their personal aspirations with their professional growth.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me here. To speak about how the organization is empowering, we have the Balance Act, and Mr. Tariq just this morning was encouraging all women to think of what they need and what really aspire them, so we can make it happen. One of the things that we have launched recently, and just today it was announced, that we want to provide them with all the majors and possible arrangements for work-life balance. What are their passion about their personal goals, and how we can even be part of it as an organization. And we even mentioned if someone likes to cook, why not? Why not having that kind of engagement activities together as an organization to balance work and life.
And you mentioned Mr. Tariq launched this initiative today, and by Mr. Tariq, Huda is referring to the head of FSIM, Tariq Shawhan, yes, who unfortunately couldn't be with us today, but we have the privilege of having Huda join us. And Huda, tell us a little bit about the milestones that have been achieved in terms of gender diversity at FSIM.
Definitely there are many milestones that they have achieved. One is when we look at the numbers of women today in the organization, especially in Saudi Arabia, it has doubled than where it was last year in 2023. The other, I would say this is something really that touched me, and I've met some of the ladies yesterday, and we were a team of wonderful women, around 20 women in the room. One of our colleagues is from the people with yeah, but yes, she's
you can make the mic closer.
Okay. So she's with determination. She's someone with determination and needs. But the entire group were trying to help her out by learning the sign language. It was a self-initiative that they have made. And even we mentioned this morning in our meeting, and we decided that going forward, when we want to cheer up or applause for someone, we will do the sign to include her more. They were trying to learn how to pronounce their names. It was a really inspiring. It made me yesterday think of it the entire night, how wonderful that kind of environment when women and colleagues are feeling like part of the family and they want to support each other. I think that's a milestone.
And this is one of the ways that you're driving diversity and inclusion at FSIM. And just to be clear, this colleague is hearing impaired. Yeah. And when you want to applaud, you do the sign for applause.
Yes.
And your whole office started signing for applause.
Yes, yes.
That's absolutely beautiful.
I think we will do it now when we end it.
Show us how to do it.
Yes.
That's wonderful, Huda. Tell us a little bit about your journey as a Saudi female national and how the kingdom has really progressed since you entered the workforce up until today.
So honestly, it wasn't easy journey. When I started back in 2010, I was the only female in one of the, I would say, semi-government institutions. Everyone really respected me at that time. However, there wasn't, for example, there was no restroom for women at the building because I was the only female. So they had to give me the chief office to sit there and use his own restroom. At that time, I did not have a mentor, and it wasn't something that we can easily speak about or have in our journeys. But when we look at it today, I think women paved a lot to the young ladies today. The way is much easier for them. It's no longer that difficult to be among men all the time. The vision itself and the MBS has empowered us when he said that we are half of the society. المرأة نصف المجتمع. I think with this only, we feel empowered, we feel we're included. Women are on a senior positions and a ministerial levels, and sky is our limit.
It absolutely is. And just mentioning there was no female restroom in your first place of employment, and today you are the HR head of one of the biggest facilities management companies in the region. It's testament to the remarkable progress that we have seen in the kingdom. I would like to know also about the guidance that you have for women who are really striving to align their personal and their professional lives. How can they do so? How can they overcome the challenges that perhaps you also faced in your early years of employment and achieve long-term and sustainable success?
I would always encourage them not to jeopardize any, as long as it's not affecting your mental health or your rescuing your own safety. We can do it both personal and professional. You don't have to sacrifice any, really. It just set your priorities. Give it all. You can make it. You can do it. One fun fact is usually the perception as well is that women would feel guilty when they are in the workplace. And my answer was I don't feel guilty when I leave kids and I go to do my hair in the hair salon, for example. I would stay 4 hours. So the perception, we need to change that perception. Don't assume on our behalf. I think they are strong. If they're able to manage their families to raise wonderful men around, and my father was one who supported me throughout the journey, then they're able to manage companies as well.
I think that you are an example of what many Saudi women aspire to be. Huda, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Huda and Ramia, for that brilliant conversation. In our next panel, we are going to be exploring how authentic storytelling can inspire positive change. And to tell us more, please welcome to the stage Yara Namla, founder and CEO of When Minds Meet, WMM Holding. Nada Bashan, the entrepreneur and TV presenter, and Hala Abdullah, content creator and entrepreneur. And to moderate this panel, please welcome Joanna Jamil, Strategic Partner Manager, Global Partnerships in the MENA region for Meta. Please welcome your speakers to the stage.
Oh my God, صوتي مرة عالي. Hi. Hello.
Okay, working. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much, Forbes Middle East, Khulud, Nancy, for having us. We're very thrilled to be here. I work at Meta, right? So I work in social media, which is the mother platform for Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, and Threads. And today I'm delighted to be sitting in this amazing panel with three wonderful, inspiring Saudi women. We have Nada in here, who is an entrepreneur herself, but also a TV persona, a content creator. We have Yara, who started from a very young age as a content creator, and look at her today, one of the most aspiring entrepreneurs in the region. And Hala, who's also a content creator, who started as well very young, and today she's a brand owner and entrepreneur. So the journey that these three women have is constantly growing and constantly evolving. So without further ado, I want to tap into the topic of passion. We keep hearing passion, passion, passion. Everyone is so passionate about this and that, but not everyone, Nada, has the ability to turn passion into a brand and later on make some income out of it. So let's talk about what led to the Nada phenomena today.
Well, thank you for saying that Nada phenomena. Thank you, but I don't think we're there yet. But passion is basically doing what you love. And, but I cannot say that passion has been one field for me. I started my career in finance, as you know. So at the time, it was trending. And that was what I thought I was passionate about. And this is like in the early 2000s, like 2006 to 2000, and actually 14. So I spent around 10 years of my career in banking, which I thought at the time was my passion. While I was in banking, I actually opened a retail business because I love to dress up, and then I got into the retail field, which was a passion at the time. But as we get older, we evolve. So we start discovering different kinds of things that actually we are passionate about. So as we get older, we switch. I got into media, which is NBC, which was a platform that was given to me by actually Instagram. So I was found through Meta to be a TV host, which is something now I can say I'm also passionate about. So passion comes in stages at different parts of your career. I'm in media, I'm on Instagram, I opened a paddle court, I'm into sports, I'm passionate about that as well. So there's not one passion in my life. I think we find it in different stages, different, like, you know, there's a different era. And like for your, you know what I mean? So this is what I think. Like passion is not one thing. It's
the way we see it is that it starts with passion, and then it depends which direction you want to take it towards. And today we have, and this is an honest answer only, we have so many tools in our own hands that allows us to explore this further. But then I would say hard work, sa'i, and luck also plays a big part into our journeys. Yara, this journey of yours from starting at a very young age to where you are today, how did your hard work contribute to it? How did your support structure contribute to it? How did your country contribute to it?
First of all, thank you, Forbes, for having us. We're so glad to be with you, Joanna. When I started in a very younger age, I was inspired by my mom and how she worked really hard on herself. So this is a thing in our family. Like, we're so business oriented. I wasn't forced. I really loved what my mom was doing. So when I started as a makeup artist, and then I started my platforms on Instagram to show my work, in makeup, beauty, inspiring lifestyle, I found myself inspiring younger generation, which this was my first ever message that I wanted to deliver to the generation. And to be honest, when I started to think of a business or to start something where people can share and relate to what I do and what I film, I thought of the vision of 2030. There's a diverse of projects, very inspiring and passionate projects where I think a lot of Saudi and non-Saudis are inspired by it. And they think that they would do something to be part of it. The diversity of the projects in the 2030 vision inspired me a lot to create a diverse lifestyle businesses, which is in food and beverage, wellness and hospitality, retail, e-commerce. So that's why I got so involved in it. And I feel myself more business-oriented and operationally kind of way.
I always say this, the difference between content creators and entrepreneurs, brand owners, founders, is that it's a reversed formula. When it comes to content creators, they start on social media, like the case of these three ladies, and then the community is ready to welcome whatever a business they have to launch, to welcome whatever service they have to offer. So the community is built. So Hala, I'll move on to you now. You started on social media, the journey started, I believe, on Instagram.
Yes.
And from there, how did you unfold the entire journey going towards your brand, your beautiful jewelry brand, Ofa?
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here. First of all, it started as a coincidence because back when I started, there was no such a thing as an influencer. So I was just sharing my life, living in the States. I was not even thinking about coming back. I got a job there. I studied architecture. So that was not even in the horizon for me. And then I got offered a job on TV, actually, in a very big channel. And I came here to Dubai, actually, and the attention, the come here, do this, let's do this, and the collaboration, the spirit, the excitement that is in Saudi today, actually, was back then in Dubai. And that I felt that energy. I wanted to be a part of that energy, so I stayed. I changed all my plans, ditched my degree, and came and stayed here. That led me to a lot of, knowing a lot of inspiring people, and I started making my own jewelry for myself, because that's what I do, right? I'm a designer. So I started getting a lot of questions. I started getting a lot of people asking me about it. I'm like, I'm sorry, guys, it's not a store, it's me. So that pushed me to start a jewelry brand, which was super intimidating for me back then. Maybe not today, there's a lot of jewelry brands, but I'm happy to be, to start such a challenging business. I learned so much, failed so much, it made me who I am today. I always look back and I'm like, 5 years ago, if I didn't start OFA, I don't think I would be the same person today.
This is amazing. Let me tell you, when it comes to content creators and those who create content on social media, the industry of the creators economy, my job, your jobs, is new. Yeah. It's relatively new. No matter how much we think we know about it, we still don't know much. So having three women, Saudi women in here who are paving the way forward for the generation to come is insanely important, because we don't know where we're headed in 5 years in time. So Nada, if I were to tell you today, what is the responsibility that you hold upon yourself for those who are watching you, for those who are inspired by you, and for the younger generation who is and will be looking up to you, what would be your three main advices that you would give them?
One is definitely be patient, because nothing happens overnight. Like any success story doesn't happen overnight. And sometimes we really have impatience, and we're just always struggling, and we're looking around. Another thing is, don't look at and compare to others. This is something I think a lot of women look around and look, she's doing that, why am I not? Actually, and my father used to always say, طالعي قدامك ما تطالعي حواليكي. Look ahead and don't look around you. Sure. And this is how you actually learn. Look at her, look at Yara as an inspiration. Look at Hala as an inspiration. Don't compare. Don't be envious. Learn how to see what they are actually doing and learn from it, and then you'll actually succeed. This is something that's very important.
Yeah, create your own story.
Create your own story. Don't copy, because a copycat, everybody knows who's a copycat. Everybody can tell who's copying this person. When you're original, that shows. Another thing, a responsibility I have, is since I got on NBC, it's a channel, obviously, I never thought I would be, I never thought I would be on TV. I never thought I would be on a live channel. I never thought I would be in media. When they called me and they told me to be on that channel, I told them it will not work. My Arabic is not the strongest. I'm too liberal. I'm not a media person. And it was, I just closed every door. And then I will not forget, this was Hadi Hajjar called me and he's like, try it out. You love doing these lives on Instagram during COVID and nobody was watching you as much as a TV channel. Who are you gonna get on this show? I was like, I like meeting doctors. And he's like, Nida, trust me. And I got on the show. But my responsibility on the show is actually having hard topics. So the first thing when I got on NBC, I told them, why do we always interview women? Why don't we have men? المرأة تحاور الرجل. Men, women speak to men. Women sit, like we're sitting now, we actually sit among each other. Why are we just always interviewing women? This was one. Two, talking about very hard topics like sexuality, like abuse. Things that usually are always taboo in this part of the world. It's like in this region, we always like to put a scotch tape and like we just don't share. Now we are 4 women on this, like here today. We are also 4 women on the show. And each one of us comes from a different background and a different story and a different life. And we share real stories. And I am very open on the show. I don't just sugarcoat things. I am myself. And to be honest is actually when you get the audience to actually react. So also another thing is honesty and realness, because this really shows. This is another advice I give.
Wow, I love it. Yara,
Tell me.
بنت الرياض, I can say about you, صح?
Yes.
Yara, your presence in your country is, I witnessed it today and I'm mind blown. So I feel like with where the kingdom is headed, with the vision of 2030, with all the things unfolding and all the excitement and successes that we're seeing, every person who's contributing or who's from the city and the country has a responsibility upon them. So how do you see the Yara vision aligning with the country's vision?
See, I told you, to be honest, I think that the 2030 vision is very empowering for women and for everyone. It already supported us a lot with a lot of things, either for like young ladies, young men, younger generation, even who is still doing a lot of things now. Being part or trying to work to be part of the 2030 vision is something that we are doing today with effort and without, to just contribute with the vision. I think Saudi allows everyone to explore themselves, to find what they're passionate about. There's a lot of like diversity of projects, as I said, or like different opportunities, very big potential for everyone. They can find themselves here. And I think everyone should get involved with their own or with a business or whatever they're doing as a content creator or like a normal.
And if I were to tell you what are the next 5 years for Yara, how do they look like? You don't need to spread it all.
Joanna, 5 years ago, I never thought that my brand would go global at all.
Congratulations, by the way. Big. That's
year,
big. From the region to the world, from Saudi to the world.
From Saudi to UK, this is a milestone. And I've never thought of it. Even last year, it was like a vague idea. So it happened so fast, and I think this point is it gives like hope and motivation for everyone who's trying to reach abroad or trying to even show or share their voice. We're sending a message. We're showing like the Saudi innovation. We're sending across the seas what's happening in Saudi, not just by having my brand there. It's more of contributing on our 2030 vision, you know, to show the Saudi talent, to enhance what we are doing here in the region.
2024 was tough year across boards on all of us. I'll speak for myself. I need it to end. This year needs to end and we need to move on.
There's a lot happening.
To hopefully a better 2025. It's bittersweet. So challenges is something that we don't usually address even us, like I think as a woman, for some reason, or maybe the way I see it, we don't always address our challenges. We try to show up all the time, push through, push through. So, Hala, 2 questions for you. One, how do you persevere against the challenges, social challenges, physical challenges, societal challenges, world challenges that are outside of our control? And what makes you push through?
Well, I think I'm used to challenges right now. I love them. Since I started the brand, I started by myself. I had no advisor. I had no partners. I'm the only owner of the brand. And I had to really sometimes guess, sometimes have to like fight extra. I had some problems that happened is because I didn't know better, and I had to learn it the more expensive way. And the jewelry business is not for the weak. It's an ever-changing market, and I just, you know, I wouldn't do it any other way. I learned so much, and I can proudly say that because of these challenges, I can tomorrow start any other brand. No one I have hired in the company that I don't know how to do their job. I know how to do each one of them's job. So I feel confident in that. And every day I remember that I started alone, and that gives me the confidence and the strength to keep going and do more. And I'm starting to have fun with it, because I'm thinking to myself, like, in the next 10 years, if I look back, would I have rather look back and think, oh, I had a long vacation, or I did this and that, and I failed, and I met this person, and I have a story to tell. I'm an interesting person to have a conversation with. For that purpose even, is actually it's a reason that motivates me every day to have more challenges, fail, embarrass myself, succeed, all these things. This is my story. This is what people are going to remember when I'm gone. And that's why I keep going, honestly.
How inspiring are these women, guys? How inspiring. Listen, I want to end it on a content note, because I'm biased. I work for a platform. I think content is king. No matter what, every business needs to create content. Every brand needs to create content. Doesn't matter which platform. Instagram is awesome, though. So if I were to say, as content creators now, not just entrepreneurs, because I think that's the engine of everything you're doing.
Of course, it's a big tool.
The most important tool. What are your content advice for our audience here today that you would leave them with? And it can be one advice from each one of you. And I can start from here. We'll move there.
Personally, I love stories. I really like showing my day-to-day on stories and being myself. Like, I'm not very minimal with stories. I share, I overshare. If I'm at an event like this, you'll see every story, making a picture with everyone. Get the people watching you to be part of the event. And this is what works for me. And this is what engages my audience. Second of all, the videos. I used to always do very long videos. I could tell my life story on the video. 20 seconds, guys. 20 seconds. It's simple. Keep it simple. Be you, be consistent. That's what really works, in my opinion. Thank you.
Yara. I think it's super important to be yourself, because your audience relates to you. That's why you have this growth and they're following you. And from a business perspective, I would say to show something, to show like what you're providing in a very relatable way of how they're using it in their lifestyle. To be very, very authentic, and to share it in a very simple way. Not there's no so much effort, you know. Just be yourself with your brand, with your personality, with what you do, and that's why they love you. That's why they follow you.
Authenticity.
Yeah.
Key.
Yes. For me, I think the best tool for me is to be authentic, obviously, and share stories. Yeah, that's
I think Hala, her content is amazing when she shares some like storytelling on Instagram, and she like talks about her experiences. I really love it. I follow it.
And if I were to add one more thing, showing up, right? showing up,
Yeah, of
constantly
course.
showing up, non-stop. It's sometimes very demotivating, but you've got to keep going.
Reminding them.
You've got to
I'm
keep
here.
going. Remind the algorithm that you exist. Ladies, it's been a pleasure. Forbes, thank you all so much. Thank you everyone for your time, and hopefully we'll see you later on outside.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
What an incredible panel. And again, a group of phenomenal women that are really setting the standard and absolutely telling your story on social media could not be more important than it is right now. And so that actually brings us to the end of the first round of sessions, and we are about to break for lunch. This is your opportunity. This is a place that is full of the most incredible women. Make sure you network, get to know them, get to know their stories, let them get to know you as well. And we are going to be back here at 3 p.m. for some phenomenal conversations, some brilliant speakers that really are not to be missed, including a special fireside chat with someone who is truly, we use this word a lot, pioneer, but this woman truly is a pioneer in Saudi media and in education. You do not want to miss it. Enjoy lunch, and we'll see you back here in your seats, ready to go at 3 p.m.
Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads, she transforms, she embodies the essence of empowerment and change. Women, the architects of change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women. Since forever, she dreams, she leads. Change, the visionaries of future. Their strength lights the way, inspiring generations to reach new summits, to explore uncharted horizons, and to touch the stars. The winds of change have already reshaped the narrative. Riyadh takes stage for empowerment, hosting the second edition of the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit on December 18th and 19th. Join us in celebrating and honoring exemplary leadership qualities, along with innovation and resilience skills of women.
Ladies and gentlemen, I can see some of you streaming in. I know it's a lot of fun out there, but we have so much for you on this stage. We cannot wait to get started. So please do make your way to the empowerment arena, the main stage, where we are waiting for you. Please do take your seats as we will be starting shortly. gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had a fabulous lunch, and I know there were some amazing conversations that were being had out there. But welcome back to the second round of sessions this afternoon for the Forbes Middle East second annual Women's Summit. We are so excited that you are here because there are some very special guests who are going to be gracing this stage. You will be amazed, you'll be inspired by their stories. And so for this next session, which will in fact be in Arabic, and that's a great thing. We have sessions in both Arabic and in English. This session will be examining the impact of inclusive and supportive wellness spaces for empowering women. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Amal Al-Khamisi, co-founder and CEO of Gym Gyms and Nejd CrossFit. And to moderate this special session, please welcome to the stage Khulud Ramayan, the CEO and Editor-in-Chief of Forbes Middle East.
مساء الخير واهلا وسهلا، وان شاء الله تكونوا عم بتقضوا وقت حلو في القمه، وتكون يعني ان شاء الله مساحه جميله لانكم تتعرفوا على بعض، وانه تلتقي هالوجوه الحلوه مع بعض في هذا التجمع. طبعا اليوم عنا حبينا انه يكون عنا ضيفه مميزه، قصه نجاح طموحه لشابه سعوديه اختارت انه مجال انه تركت يعني تخصصات وحبت انها تتخصص انه هي تنشئ نادي رياضي للياقه البدنيه، وكانت من قصص الناجحه. امل الخميسي، رحبوا معي في ضيفتنا.
شكرا. شكرا.
أهلا وسهلا أمل. طبعا أمل، بداية حاب نعرف أنه كشابة سعودية وبدأتي هذا المشروع، كيف كانت البداية وكيف لليوم أي شابة عنا اليوم حابة تأسس مشروع اقتصادي أو مشروع يعني يحقق عوائد مالية بفكرة بسيطة لو كان أي تخصص. ما هي يعني النصائح من خلال تجربتك في تأسيس جيم؟
هي كانت البداية، الفكرة أصلاً كيف نشأت؟ الفكرة أنا كنت أدرس برا وكنت أمارس الكروسفيت، كان يعني شغف مرة كبير لي. لما رجعت هنا كنت أبحث عن خيارات للكروسفيت، ما كان موجودة الخيارات هذه. الاحتياج الفراغ اللي موجود خلاني أفكر بالفكرة هذه، اللي هي إنشاء مركز أو مكان، مساحة لمجتمع للكروسفيت للمرأة يكون هنا موجود عندنا في السعودية.
يعني جيم كانت من أوائل الأماكن أو المراكز الرياضية في الرياض. صحيح. التي مساحة مخصصة للمرأة. صحيح. مساحة يعني فيها نوع من البرايفسي، فيها نوع من الحرية، فممكن
وفيها اختصاص بعد، هي لأن الكروسفيت اختصاص نادر وكان مرة قليل الأماكن اللي تقدمه، لأنه لازم يكون معتمد أصلاً من مراكز الكروسفيت في أمريكا. كان يعني تشالنجينج وصعب إنه يكون موجود، بس الحمد لله يعني. وكنا حرصنا بعد إنه السبيس هذه ما تكون بس للكروسفيت، حرصنا إنها تكون للمرأة بشكل عام بكذا مجال.
تمام. خلينا بداية نتكلم يعني كفكرة تكلمتي عنها، انه كنتي خلصتي دراستك وجيتي على الرياض، ما كان موجود عندك فرصة انه ممارسة الرياضة اللي انت تحبيها. من الفكرة للتطبيق، ما هي التحديات اللي واجهت أمل؟
التحديات كانت أول ما بدينا، يعني أنا والشركائي كانت لسه ما في رخصة أصلاً نادي رياضي في السعودية.
نعم.
فإحنا بدينا في الوقت اللي كان لسه حتى ما في رخصة، لسه الأمور هذه ما فتحت بالشكل الكامل، بس إحنا كنا محظوظين إن بدينا بالوقت الصح. لما بدينا كان خلاص انفتح المجال بشكل كبير للرياضة وللنوادي الرياضية النسائية، فكنا من الأوائل اللي بدأوا.
نعم. طب أمل، ما هو المميز؟ يعني لازم كل مشروع يكون فيه هوية.
صح.
حتى والكلام لكل السيدات اللي حابين يبدأوا مشروعهم، لازم يكون في هوية وتميز.
صح.
ما الذي كان يميز مشروع أمل؟
هو المشروع كان من الأساس، أو الرؤية كانت للمشروع أنه يكون كوميونيتي، مجتمع للمرأة، مجتمع كامل يجمع بين الجانب الرياضي الجسدي والجانب النفسي الصحي. فحاولنا أن يكون هذا زي ملاذ للمرأة، أن تلاقي فيه كل شيء تبحث عنه من ناحية الرياضة ومن ناحية الصحة النفسية والبدنية.
طيب، ما هي الأنشطة اللي بتحفز المرأة؟ أنتوا كيف ساعدتوا؟ يعني الصبح كانوا تتكلم الأستاذة هالة كاظم على موضوع إنه أكبر تحدي إنه نحن نروح الجيم. أوكي. فما هو يعني شو عملتوا لتعملوا تحفيز للسيدات، خاصة في مجتمع ما كان فكرة وجود نادي رياضي للمرأة؟ صحيح. فكيف يعني أنت قدرتي أنك أنت تشجعي السيدات وتقنعيهم وتساعديهم على التمكين أنه تكون لهم مساحة حلوة؟
احنا من الأشياء اللي حرصنا عليها من البداية أن دائما عندنا فعاليات، عندنا رحلات، عندنا أنشطة اجتماعية كثيرة، عندنا كورسات، دورات، مسابقات حتى. فحرصنا أن لما تجين أنت للمكان تلاقين أشياء ترجعك له، يعني ترتبطين بالأشخاص اللي موجودين فيه. فلما يكون أنت جاية على مجتمع وارتبطتي بالأشخاص اللي فيه، احنا دائما نحاول نربط الممبرز الأعضاء مع بعض، دائما نسوي فعاليات وأشياء تربطهم في بعض، حتى رحلات خارجية مثلا رحلات للصحراء، اليوغا، تأمل، فأشياء كلها تخلي اللي تيجي للمكان ترجع مرة ثانية، لأن هي لقت أكثر من مكان بس للرياضة، لممارسة الرياضة، لا في شيء ثاني تخليها ترجع للمكان، ارتبطت بالأشخاص، تعرفت عليهم.
خلينا نشوف مدى الولاء والعضوية. مين موجود من الأعضاء جيم جيم؟ ما شاء الله. أوكي. طيب، بالنسبة لتمكين المرأة، كيف أنتم كمركز يعني أو كمشروع، يعني بغض النظر كمشروع، ساعدتوا السيدات اللي موجودين يعني أو في خلال اشتراكهم وعضويتهم؟ ماذا قدمتي للعضوات؟
شوف، احنا كان من ضمن رؤيتنا في شيء أساسي، يعني اللي هو ندعم المرأة، نبحث عن اللي عندهم موهبة وندعمهم، موهبة رياضية. وهذا شيء يمكن معروف عننا دعمنا رياضيات كثير، اكتشفنا بعضهم ودعمنا بعضهم، نشجعهم دائما على أنه يشاركون مسابقات، في بطولات، حتى في عندنا شاركوا في بطولات ومستويات رائعة. يمكن حتى تستغربين أن عندنا في الجوب ديسكريبشن لما نوظف مدربة من الشروط أو من الديوتيز حقتها أنها تدعم العضوات اللي هم عندهم موهبة رياضية. فإذا مثلا في بطولة، في مسابقة، مدرباتنا يخرجون مع هذه البطلة أو هذه العضوة، يجهزونها، يساعدونها، يعطونها الدعم المعنوي الرياضي من كل النواحي. فهذا جزء يعني كنا حريصين عليه كثير، وفخورين بالإنجازات اللي أنجزوها اللي طلعوا من عندنا.
حمستينا، مو بس نيجي على الرياض، حمستينا كمان نشترك في الجيم. طيب، بالنسبة لكلمتك لرؤساء الشركات أو للموظفين، كيف يستطيعوا أنهم يعني ماذا يقدموا للموظفين؟ يعني الموظفين هم أنه مثل ريورد أو مثل تشجيع لهم للمشاركة في الممارسة الرياضة. يعني اليوم في مبادرات في كل دول العالم أنه يشجعوا الناس أنه يروحوا يعملوا رياضة، لأنه اكتشفوا أنه خلال ممارسة الرياضة الأداء أفضل، الإنتاجية أفضل. فأنتوا كيف تواصلكم مع الشركات، ومع كيف تستطيعوا أنكم تساعدوا الموظفات أنهم ينتسبوا للرياضة؟
حريصين كثير على هذا الشيء، ودائما نشجع الشركات، نشجع CEOs للشركات أن الجانب الرياضي هذا مفيد جدا لموظفينهم، يعني يأثر على أدائهم، على التزامهم، على حتى ستريس اليومي اللي هم يواجهونه. لما شركة تقدم لك مثلا اشتراك رياضي أو تقدم لك حصص رياضية مثلا، هذا بيساعد موظفينهم بشكل جدا كبير. ويزود حتى الولاء. يعني أنا شركتي مهتمة بالويل بينج، مهتمة بصحتي، مهتمة بأدائي، إنها توفر لي الأشياء هذه كلها. فمرة مؤثر وننصح فيه يعني كثير، احنا دائما نحرص عليه، وعندنا شراكات مع شركات كثيرة إن بعد نعطي عروض لموظفينهم، خصومات عشان نساعدهم بعد إن يوجهون موظفينهم للرياضة.
جميل جدا. اليوم العالم في كتير ترند على الويلنس والويل بينج. في اليوم ترند متنوع. ماذا تقدم أمل لتخلي مشروعها مميز في مجال الرفاهية النفسية؟
يعني احنا حرصنا انه هذه المساحة تكون مساحة شاملة اللي هي جيم جيم. حرصنا انه يكون مكان لما تجين انت تبغين جانب اللي هو اللياقة البدنية، الفيزيكال، يعني الجانب هذا موجود. لما تكونين انت لا محتاجة الجانب النفسي، الجانب الروحي، هذا بعد موجود عندك. عندنا اليوغا، التأمل، جلسات للتنفس، هذا كله يكمل بعض. فاحنا حرصنا انه مكان متكامل يحقق للي تجي كل الاشياء اللي تحتاجها بدنيا ونفسيا.
نعم، ضروري جدا. طبعا بعرف انه انتم شاركتوا معنا، موجودين في فعالياتنا، موجودين انه انتم ممكن تقدموا مساندة يعني لأي حد حاب انه يشترك، او حد حب انه لك يعني اذا في خصوصيه انه مش بس بالاشتراك، حتى انه حابه تسال امل كيف بديتي المشروع، حابين انه يكون في تواصل، موجوده امل معكم طول اليوم وممكن تتواصلوا معها. ايش في نصائح ممكن تقدميها امل للشابه السعوديه او الشابه غير السعوديه اللي حابه تفتح مشروع في الرياض؟
يعني الحين هذا وقت الفرص في الرياض، وهذا من انسب الاوقات. نصيحتي ان هي تشوف ايش الشيء اللي هي عندها شغف، مجال اللي عندها شغف فيه وعندها معرفه فيه، وتبدا حتى لو بحجم صغير، باي بس انها تبدا.
صحيح، انه بس البدايه انه تكون يعني اذا بدينا ما يكون امامنا اي خيار غير النجاح ثم النجاح ثم النجاح. يعني ما في خيار غيرهم، وان شاء الله يعني بنتمنى لك التوفيق امل.
لازم تزوري تجربتك الاولى بالكروسفيت، لازم تكون معنا خلود.
ان شاء الله اكيد اكيد
بتجربه باذن الله لا تنسى. يعني
انا والله احتاج ريكفري بعد هذا الايفنت وايفنت الاندر 30، فاتشرف انه اكون موجوده معكم وشكرا جزيلا وبتمنى لك التوفيق. شكرا شكرا شكرا.
Thank you so much, Amal and Khulud. Definitely a very inspiring session for those of us who definitely need to get moving. And now we are going to be discovering how AI and advanced technologies are driving innovation across industries. To talk all of this and so much more, please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Asma Al-Halasset, CEO of Ambulatory Health Services at Saha, Abu Dhabi. Irina Zaprazet, President and General Manager for the Meta region at Eli Lilly. And your moderator for this session, Mariam Farag, founder of Humanizing Brands. Please welcome your speakers to the stage. Over to you, Mariam.
Thank you, Sally. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I start and welcome my speakers, I would like to thank Khulud for organizing such an inspiring summit for the second edition in Riyadh. Honestly, such a remarkable group of inspiring women, fostering meaningful conversations, and you know, it's endless, and tomorrow, inshallah, we will see much more discussions. Without further ado, I would like to start as our discussion today focuses on technology. It's evolving, it's reshaping industries. So I want to focus on what strategies should companies and institutions adopt to ensure that women are supported and empowered in STEM fields, especially within this day and age. Dr. Asma, if you don't mind, I want to start with you. How is AI transforming family business nowadays? And I'm loving the fun outside. And what specific advancements are you most excited about in improving patient care, which is your main focus?
Well, thank you for the invitation. Imagine with me, super smart, super fast physician assistant who can go through massive amounts of data, analyze that data, and give you a rapid diagnosis without getting tired. Not only that, this assistant can also help you discover new treatments and actually predict public health crises. That's what AI is for us. Now, AI can actually detect findings in radiology and lab results even the most observant eye would miss. And it does that with very little dependence on human resources. And that for us is a game changer, because one of the biggest challenges that we have in healthcare is the availability of these talented resources. So what we do to utilize AI in family medicine is to start with creating better access for our patients. Those who are in remote areas, rural areas with very less access to healthcare. We use AI in telepresence and teleconsultations to provide them the healthcare services that they need. In 2022, AH was the first organization in the Middle East to employ AI in retinal screening, and especially in diabetic retinopathy. We have conducted more than 10,000 screenings, and imagine reducing this complicated, time-consuming, disturbing procedure for a patient to 3 seconds only. At Pure Health, which is our parent company, we took both and clubbed it in employing AI in basically giving our patients control of their own patient journey. We've created an application, Pura, and Pura is not just an ordinary application, it's your lifetime companion. It takes the traditional healthcare, physical and mental, and applies AI so that patients can skip through the routine processes, go through their journey in more efficient, both in process and time, and at the same time, giving them the freedom to focus on what's important, their life, their health span.
Interesting that you started early and still going and creating more impact. Irina, I want to move on to you. Eli Lilly, as a company, has a long legacy of innovation. How does the company's commitment to R&D drive breakthroughs in critical health areas like cancer, like Alzheimer's, obesity, and diabetes?
Thanks for this question, and I'm very happy to be here with Forbes again. Thank you, Forbes, for organizing this amazing event, and I'm looking forward to meeting many familiar faces and making new friends around here. So the question of innovation, definitely Lilly is about innovation, and I will tell you that every year we invest from 25 to 30% of our global revenues towards innovation. So it's a very important topic for us, and I think this is one of the reasons why many say that we have probably the best pipeline in the industry today. So that's investment definitely pays off. But it's not only finding the molecules, it's also how do we make sure that we bring them to the patients, and how do we accelerate that process. I'm very proud to say that we managed to decrease our drug development timelines from 11 years, which is the industry average, to 6 years. So that helps to bring products to patients much faster, and that allowed us to launch about 20 new molecules in the past 10 years. Acceleration is one thing, but persistence and resilience is another one. And the example of really big persistence that I would like to share with you is Alzheimer's disease. So it took us 35 years to find a solution. We've been trying, and I'm very happy to say that today we found a solution for patients suffering from Alzheimer's disease, and again, 35 years of work and long journey. Coming back to acceleration, we spend a lot of time understanding what the needs of the patients globally are. And another example I will share with you is obesity. Obesity is a chronic disease that today touches more than 1 billion people around the globe. So that's a big deal, that's very important. And another statistic that is quite shocking, actually, that 2.8 million people die of complications of obesity every year. So what are we doing about this? And I think when we look at the kingdom, for example, the rates of obesity here in this country are quite high. It's about 30%, diabetes close to 18%. And when we were looking at the global context of this, we definitely realized that Saudi Arabia is the country that has a need to really address the patient needs suffering with obesity, and we managed to prioritize Saudi Arabia and bring solutions here very quickly after the approvals in the US. So it's the persistence, it's the acceleration and substantial investment that goes into R&D that helps us to move the message forward and help people live better lives around the world.
Absolutely, this is very inspiring, especially the part on Alzheimer's, because personally, I want to know more about that. And if we have time, I think a lot of the audience would like to know what is the solution? What have you really innovated and what's out there? Speaking of healthcare and speaking of technology, we cannot ignore that we're in the Forbes Women's Summit. So I want to take that chance and talk about women in STEM. Dr. Asma, as a leader in healthcare, how do you see AI contributing to the empowerment of women in STEM and driving innovation in the sector?
Let me start by saying that there are great opportunities for women to contribute. They can take the lead in areas which have not been pioneered yet, and especially when it comes to data science and machine learning. Now, I would like to look at it the other way around. I would like to say that women should play a critical role in the development of AI. After all, a program or a system that is not developed by everybody will not work for everybody. And that should inspire us to motivate more women, younger women, to contribute, to get involved so that we can guarantee that we have a positive future of AI. I'm very thrilled to say that in the UAE, specifically in the UAE, we have taken leadership in that front. 61% of STEM graduates in the UAE are women, against 57% in the rest of the world. That's according to UNESCO. Is that enough? No. Not for the Arab world and even beyond. We need to do more. We have to give more. And that actually, again, made the UAE be a leader in that area again. Let me talk about the Emirati Women Chapter. The Emirati Women Chapter is the ideal description of what I say we should do. Empowering women by creating exquisite, specific mentorship program for them. Now, this exclusive program is under the patronage of Her Highness Sheikha Fatma bint Mubarak, Al Emirat. in association with pure health. And it translates the vision of pure health to focus on emeritisation. So the program gives women an individual, tailor-made program, mentorship program that brings out their creativity, their individuality, their passion, so that in the future, this started in March of 2024, can contribute to a more sustainable UAE, in general, not only to the UAE as well as to the Arab world. And I suggest that we have more of these mentorship programs and more of these empowerment systems for women across the Arab world.
Absolutely. I see the UAE pioneering in so many different industries. And I'm also looking at the kingdom right now. The fact that we are here, we are really starting to look at different industries and how women are taking the center stage. Talking about women in leadership and talking about innovation, AI, technology, STEM, I can't help but talk about inclusivity for women. How can we include more women within these industries that are really taking a different shape in our society? You have a strong history of women in leadership yourself. How does Ili Lilly connect and ensure inclusivity approaches for success and innovation?
That's a very good question, and I can talk for hours about this, but I will try to be brief and summarize. So we take inclusivity, equality, and equity very seriously. We cater to patients who are men and women. So when we look at our clinical trials programs, when we look at our R&D, definitely we want to make sure that both genders are well represented. When we look at the history of Lilly of 150 years, women have always played a very substantial role from the very beginning of where the company was established in 1876. So Colonel Lilly, who established Lilly a long, long time ago, when he built his first chemical manufacturing plant, he hired 4 people. One of his hires was a woman. In 1913, the first physician was hired by Lilly, that was Dr. Stewart, and she had a massive impact on innovation and technology at that time. So she pushed things forward, and a lot of innovations today really were born at that time. So definitely the history of innovation, the history of inclusion is very important to us, and I can tell you that today, if I look at my team in GCC, 51% of employees are female, and that's across GCC, and I'm very proud to say that with my team that I work with, half of them are female. So we do a lot, and we do it on a daily basis. It's embedded in our DNA, and we have a few programs that are focused on female leaders, but at the same time, I think it's what we do every day is more important. And for me, it's understanding the needs of the female employees, the same as with male employees, understanding what are those special moments in life where the talent needs support, providing that support, and making sure that you share your stories. I share my story with my team, and I hope that my career can inspire others to not to be afraid, to have a sense of purpose, and move only ahead towards the goal.
Absolutely, I can definitely resonate with that, and also what Dr. Asma mentioned at the beginning, which is mentorship. Every single institution, organization, brand should have a mentorship program for women and men, because we all need, we all need someone to guide us. We all need someone to talk to. Speaking about human-to-human connections, which is something that I love to talk about the most, and humanizing brands, I want to sadly close our discussion, because we can go on and on about AI and technology. What do you see as the most exciting opportunity for AI to create not only meaningful but humane, lasting impact in healthcare over the next decade? Dr. Asma, if you don't mind, starting with you.
Mariam, longevity. What do I mean? Communities are aging. They're growing older, but it's not healthy span, it's sick span. So we want to apply AI to ensure that as we grow older, we stay healthier, preventing disease as much as we can, giving people an opportunity to connect with their, the younger generations, with the grandchildren, and to build memories, not pain. That's what I believe in.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. Continue with memories and not pain, 100%. Irina.
And I think I would echo to what Dr. Asma was saying. We are about human health. But today we understand that human cannot function without some sort of support. And for me, AI is a tool to give us insights, to give us solutions faster, and drive towards those unmet needs that are still out there. There are so many health needs that are still out there without solution, and AI is going to help us be there faster. AI will never, in my view, in my humble opinion, will replace human, but at the same time, it can facilitate the journey and it can move us to meeting the needs of patients around the globe much faster.
Faster, quicker, more impactful, efficient. Definitely we should, as a closing remark, and thank you so much for your insights and thank you for allowing me to be your moderator. I believe that we should embrace AI, we should not fight it. A lot of people fear that AI will take over their jobs. We are guaranteed that it's not. Human touch is still needed. Thank you so much, and thank you for being such a gracious audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our brilliant panel. Fantastic insights, so incredibly important. And speaking of creating programs, especially for women, this session is definitely going to be of interest because we have a special open mic session in Arabic on building strong financial foundations for women. Please welcome to the stage Talal Al-Ajmi, founder and CEO of VI Markets.
السلام عليكم. يعطيكم العافية. أولاً حاب أشكر فوربس على هذه القمة اللي تعودنا فيها على فوربس. دائماً تسوي لنا مؤتمرات مثل هذه تكون متاحة للفرص وتبادل التجارب ومشاركة القصص، وهذا الشيء أكيد في كل مرة أنا أعتبر نفسي جزء من هذه العائلة، عائلة فوربس. في كل مرة شكراً في كل مرة أكتسب خبرات جديدة وأتعلم شغلات تطور من شغلنا. أنا اليوم بتكلم عن مبادرة إحنا عملناها اسمها ياسمين. بس قبل لا أبدأ راح أعرض فيديو إذا تسمحوا لي. الفيديو هو للاعبات ما خلاني أكمل.
Hi everyone at the Forbes Women's Summit in Riyadh.
Can she finish? Yes, she can! Brilliant finish by Jill Lord.
All of us at Manchester City FC are thrilled to support such an inspiring initiative. Together with our partner Axie, we're dedicated to supporting the incredible talent shaping the future of the game.
Side and number 4, Bunny Shaw, hat-trick again.
هذا الفيديو اللي عرضناه هو فيديو للاعبات نادي مانشستر سيتي للسيدات، وهو أكبر نادي كرة قدم في بريطانيا. احنا فخورين بأن احنا السبونسر لهذا النادي. أبي أتكلم عن مبادرتنا، وهي مبادرة ياسمين. أنا طلال العجمي، رئيس تنفيذي لشركة VI ماركتس، وهي شركة تداول. كلنا ندري، بدام الكلام على القصص، كلنا ندري بأن أسواق المال يمكن من فترة سابقة كانت الناس تشوفها بأنها شيء موجه للرجال أو هو بزنس فقط للرجال. وإحنا لاحظنا، لأن إحنا كنا نتعاون مع شريكنا البريطاني أكسي وكنا نمثلهم في منطقة الشرق الأوسط، لاحظنا بأن الإقبال ضعيف جدا من السيدات. فصممنا برنامج سميناه ياسمين، وهو موجه للنساء فقط. لهم برامج خاصة فيهم تعلمهم الإدارة المالية وإدارة المخاطر وطرق الاستثمار. طبعا اللي ألهمنا أن نسوي برنامج مثل هذا أن كان في قصص على مستوى العالم كانت منتشرة لسيدات. نقدر نقول مثلا أفضل متداولة في العالم كانت واحدة اسمها ليندا، أسترالية، كانت أفضل متداول في العالم، سيدة. عندنا في المنطقة قصص كثيرة، عندنا لبنى العليان مثلا في السعودية، عندنا شيخ البحر في الكويت، عندنا أسامي أنا أقدر أعد لكم 50-60 سيدة نجحت في عالم التداول والاستثمار على مستوى العالم. استلهمنا منهم هذه القصص وصممنا برنامج موجه للسيدات في منطقة الشرق الأوسط. فتعاوننا مع سلسلة كبيرة من الجامعات. بدينا البرنامج في سنة 2015، لليوم البرنامج مستمر. أقدر أقول لكم أن بعد ما بدينا في البرنامج هذا، أول ما بدينا كان عدد السيدات اللي تتعامل في الأسواق أقل من 3-4%. هذا حسب أرقامنا. اليوم السيدات عندنا أكثر من 40%. احنا من الشركات النشيطة اللي تقدم فعاليات دائما في منطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا. تقدرون تشوفون بأي حدث احنا نقدمه اليوم غالبية الحضور نساء. أعتقد بأن حققنا نجاح كبير بهذا الشيء. طبعا احنا ما اكتفينا بس في مبادرة مثل هذه، احنا قدمنا العديد من المبادرات خلال السنين اللي فاتت. قدمنا مبادرة لتعليم الأطفال بالتعاون مع كيدزانيا، طريقة تعليمهم التعامل مع الأسواق المالية وطريقة المحافظة على المال والتعامل فيه. غير كذي احنا قدمنا مبادرات إنسانية تعليمية في أغلب دول العالم. سوينا في أندونيسيا، في الهند، في ماليزيا، في بعض الدول الأفريقية، وهذا كان جزء من إيماننا وهدفنا بنشر التعليم والتوعية. آخر شيء طبعا اللي يوريكم انتشار هذا البرنامج وهذه المبادرة، وريتكم قبل شوي فيديو لرعايتنا لأكبر نادي في العالم. أنا أكتفي هني، بس إذا تسمحوا لي أنا حاب أقدم حق أستاذة خلود على كل هالتنظيم هدية مقدمة لنادي مانشستر سيتي، إذا تسمحين. احنا جايبين لك شيء بس. انت بتدخلين الجيم لان استاذه خلود، فعشان تلبسينها. اذا تقدرين نفس الشكل. ايوه. هذا تيشيرت موقع من افضل لاعبه في بريطانيا، وهي هذه سجلت هدف في كأس العالم.
هدية ممكن افتحها؟
اكيد.
لازم انحف عشان البسها. وين امل؟ لازم اروح عند امل عشان انحف وتيجي علي. ثانك يو.
شكرا، الله يعطيك العافيه.
يعني ممكن
احنا اصلا البرنامج هو ياسمين، هو عباره عن محاضرات مجانيه موجهه للنساء.
اوكي. يعني انا بنصح كل السيدات يعني انه فعلا انه فرصه انه يتعلموا التداول، انه جميل عالم اخر يعني. هو ما ذكر اسمي مع الاسماء المشهوره بس انا
انت اولهم اكيد. شكرا. مشكوره. يعطيك العافيه، مشكوره، تسلمين.
Thank you so much, Talal, for telling us more about that brilliant program, Yasmin, and the vital work that it's doing, because every woman needs to have that financial literacy. It is the gateway to freedom, and it's one of the most important things that each and every single one of us can learn. Whether you're a child, whether you're a full-grown adult, we all need to do that. So thank you so much for that, Talal. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute honor to introduce a woman whose journey is nothing short of extraordinary. She is a true trailblazer in every sense of the word. We say it a lot, but she really is. Jihan Al-Haddawi has spent the past 2 decades redefining what it means to be a leader, a storyteller, and a pioneer. Jihan was amongst the first Saudi women to step into the spotlight as a news anchor, becoming the face of NBC's news coverage and breaking stereotypes with every broadcast. Her voice became a symbol of possibility, paving the way for other women to follow. Jihan's remarkable career didn't stop at the newsroom. She brought her vision and passion for development to the country's education sector, where she played pivotal roles in shaping the growth and impact of several major learning institutions. Today, Jihan leads the narrative of Russian Group, Saudi Arabia's leading multi-asset developer and a PIF company. And as a storyteller and strategist, she is helping to define the future of the kingdom's urban development and community building initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Jihan Al-Haddawi.
Thank you, Sally.
Welcome, Jihan.
Wow,
so
you
good
made
to have
me
you
blush.
with us.
You made me blush. Thank God, my skin is a bit darker.
Jihan, it's wonderful to have you with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
And as we just mentioned, you really have spent the last 2 decades smashing stereotypes in every way possible. And you've definitely been amongst the pioneers who've paved the way in both media and education. You have so many achievements, and I've been lucky enough to sit down with you and really listen to your phenomenal story. And I would love for the audience now to hear from you personally as well. What are the achievements that you are most proud of, and why?
Well, thank you so much for having me. Thank you for the audience who, well, listen to this story. I am proud of all my achievements, but the closest to my heart is being the first Saudi to present the main news for NBC, being the first Gulf women war correspondents at the war, being at the war on front lines, taught me a lot of lessons.
This was the Yemen war, yes.
During Asafat al-Hazm, yes, true, at the Yemeni borders. So this experience changed my whole life, changed the way I look at people, changed the way I look and perceive life at large. I've listened to many stories there, women, children. I've learned a lot from people there, especially children. I remember vividly passing by a young boy swinging in a swing with a cannon right behind him directed at his head. And I had to stop the car, went out of the car, knelt beside him, and I asked him, aren't you scared of this cannon behind you? And without thinking, without blinking, with all innocence, he replied to say, this is my country's cannon, protecting us, so I shouldn't be scared. These small words coming from this young boy taught me a lot of lessons that I still keep and carry with me till this moment. So beside the lessons I've learned from each one I met there during 3 years, 3 years, I wish, three months at the borders, it's about the achievements that I managed to achieve being there. Before I joined the team, the correspondents, my colleagues, the correspondents were male. So the story of the war, the reports back to the TV were told from a male perspective. So I managed to bring a different voice. My tone was more feminine, personal, focusing on kids and women impacted by the war. And for some reason, I became the reliable source for mothers asking me about their sons' soldiers on the front line, and even passing some personal messages through me because they cannot get hold of them. So I didn't just report back then. I really acted like a bridge of connection. It's an experience of a lifetime for me.
It is incredible to hear those stories, and you're so right. We often talk about what does diversity mean in something like the media. This is what it means. It means a level of connection that is completely new and different and much needed. That was not there before, and you brought that. But to achieve the things that you have achieved, there has to be a powerful driving force. So who was it, or what was it that was driving you all that time? Because this is over decades. It's not just one thing that you've done.
Stop stressing on that. I feel so old right
now. I love that.
Okay.
We're so proud of that.
It's both, actually, who and what. So let's start with who. Who for me will always be my father. My father is my role model, my mentor. Being the youngest among my siblings, he always had this soft spot in his heart towards me. Although he tried to hide it, being tough on me sometimes, putting a lot of challenges on, and teaching me how to overcome them. What's so special about my father is he believed in me, sometimes more than I believed in myself. Even the smallest thoughts, I would say it casually over dinners or lunch, mattered to him. He would come after and ask me, what is your plan to achieve? I said, what? I wasn't even serious. He said, no, it came from you. It means something, so let's plan. So I remember him saying, and his sound is so fresh in my ears, saying that it's not about being rebellion. It's not about going against things. It's not about raising your voice. It's about planning, choosing the right approach, and work hard towards it. So these are the lessons that I carry until this moment in my everyday career path. Later on in life, when I got my 2 lovely daughters, they became my greatest driving force. I tried hard to be their role model, paving the way for them, raising them with ultimate confidence to excel and contribute to this life. Now, the what part is bigger than a force to me. The what is a belief, my belief in the capabilities of Saudi women. I believe that we were born capable. We were born equipped, starting from home, the love, the passion, the bond, the pride that we receive back home as children, stepping out of home and facing the culture, the Saudi culture, with the lovely mix of courage, of pride, of generosity, authenticity. These are the fundamental elements that shaped us and made us stand out as Saudi women. I always say that you need no one to tell you that when a Saudi woman is behind something, whether in a place or a workplace or behind a project achieved. We just leave a very unique, captivating, unforgettable touch and impact because we give it all. We want always to prove that we can do it and we do it the best way it can. So yeah, this is who we are, and that what really drives me every single day.
If anybody had any doubt about the things that Saudi women can achieve, this summit has to have certainly put all of those doubts to rest. But I love that you speak about your father and the way that he was always rooting for you and wanting to make sure that you were going to go out there and really achieve what you wanted to achieve.
It was a really weird combo. Sometimes he's so nice. I can see his face changes when I enter the majlis. Yet he's so tough on me when he started like speaking about planning and objectives. And thank God that he's my father. Allah يعطيه الصحة والطول.
Ameen, Ya Rab. Incredible, and now you're that for your daughters. You're the support for them to propel them further, and the countless women who have watched you on the screen as well. But you know, for so many of us who are lucky enough and honored enough to come to Saudi Arabia, to the kingdom, and to witness the phenomenal transformations that are taking place here. You know, we're just all so inspired by what's going on. We're inspired by seeing you and other women achieve such extraordinary things. But of course, we all talk about Vision 2030. How do you feel Vision 2030 has propelled you even further in your journey?
True. So 2030 is not only an inspiration, it's a reality we're living in. 2030 for me truly transformed what it means to dream and achieve in Saudi Arabia. It's more than opening door. It shortened the path to success. It's giving you the tools to aim higher. I remember before, achieving goals were felt often like an individual long journey. Now we have the government, you have organizations like Roshan, you have the whole nation walking alongside us, women, and supporting, encouraging, not even, they are celebrating our success. So what used to be done in 10 years, now it can be done in only a few years. So to me, Vision 2030 created a powerful mindset change and shift, even to my inner voice. I have this little inner voice that I speak to myself every day to empower myself. It used to be before 2030, will I succeed? And now it changed the narrative of this voice saying, how far can I go? Now Saudi women are ambassadors in the most prominent countries around the world. They are flying planes. They are competing and winning in global international sports competition. They are leading in executive roles, whether in private or government sectors. And I cannot but mention this amazing, beautiful, inspiring lady who made us all proud by, she flew to the edge space. So seriously, there is no limit for 2030, and it's more than an inspiration. As I said, it feels like we are not achieving individually anymore. Everything we are doing now, I feel it's like a part of something much bigger. So rather than it's an inspiration, I would say Vision 2030 empowered an entire nation to contribute, to inspire, to lead. Building a future reflects the strength and talent and potential of Saudi Arabia and its nation.
And the thing is, it's always been there. It's always been there.
True.
Now the world gets
True.
to see it, which is the most exciting thing. I know we say that the sky's the limit, but Rayana's already been there. In fact, at the last summit, the last summit happened exactly at the time when she was in space,
True.
and we were in Riyadh, which was absolutely phenomenal.
Phenomenal. Yeah.
We have to talk about Russian because it is a company that is also backing women at various levels. So how are they supporting women at their various stages of their career?
Well, actually, Roshan, I will tell you, and kid you not, that it's one of the places that I once dreamed to have in Saudi Arabia. Women empowerment at Roshan is not just a statement, and it's not just a cliche. It's the DNA of everything we do, and it's so true. We have 32% of the total employees of Roshan being women. 11% of them being leaders, directors and above, and I would be honored to list them all down, but for the sake of time, I would mention Ghada Rumiyan, our GCMO, this phenomenal leader, and I'm blessed to be part of her team. This visionary leader put us on our toes every day, empowering us not only to achieve but to lead, not only to lead but to lead in perfection. And this is on a personal thought. She is my mentor. She's been my mentor and role model in personal level and professional level before I even joined Roshan. Nasreen Dosiri, our group chief leading HR, she is the true power force behind Roshan. Got certified for 3 years in a row as the best place to work, and this year we won best place to work for women.
Incredible, well done.
So I don't know, but what's really cherished to me is the culture also itself, the culture of Roshan, culture of inclusivity, of equality, where
you also have the program that brings women back into the workplace as well.
I would just about to say
I
that.
love this.
So
I'm
there's a lot of initiatives that Roshan implemented. There is a lot of phenomenal, innovative approaches and programs that Roshan developing every day and still developing to empower women. But coming back to this program, it's the return and Awal Auda, which is a program, one of its kind, empowering women, not only in the workforce, but bringing back the women who had stopped their career for some reason, like they getting married or having kids. So they this program equips them with the tool needed, building the confidence for them again to rejoin the workforce and contribute to the country. And myself, I have brilliant colleagues working at Roshan, doing amazing job, graduated from this program. So back to the culture of inclusivity and equality, it's a place where our voices are heard, our achievements really matter. So what a Saudi woman can be prouder of being a part of organization responsible of elevating the quality of the lives of millions of Saudi by developing innovative, integrated communities. Roshan brings a new way of living to Saudi Arabia, enriching the lives, enriching how people play and work and live. So I cannot be more empowered, more proud, walking every day, knowing that my little tiny contribution is achieving the vision of my country. I cannot be more empowered, and for this, alhamdulillah, I'm thankful.
I wouldn't say it's a tiny contribution. I would say it is a giant contribution. Jihan, thank you so much for sharing your incredible, inspiring story with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking Jihan Al-Haddawi for an incredible session.
Thank you so much.
Amazing. And I know so many of us in the audience are so inspired because we look to you and the women around you, and we see that anything is possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sally.
Wow, that's incredible, incredible. And guess what? We have more incredible women who are going to be on this stage this afternoon and tomorrow. This is what makes this summit so special, truly. Right now, you need to get ready to hear from an incredible woman. We just talked about women making it all the way to the stars. We're going to hear from someone who works to do just that. Please welcome to the stage Mishal Al-Shimimri, aerospace engineer and founder of Mishal Aerospace. Welcome.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. خلنا ننزل ذا. I'm not as tall as whoever was here first. All righty. Okay. So I wasn't told what language we should be doing this in, so I assumed it's going to be English. So that's how I will proceed. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and inspiring minds, it's an honor to stand before you today at the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit, a gathering that celebrates the power, resilience, and innovation of women in our region. I am really humbled to share my journey as the first female aerospace engineer and the evolution of my role in elevating women in STEM. My journey, which I have titled The Hard Decisions You Have to Make to Pursue Your Passion, has been a path marked by challenges, choices, victories that felt extremely impossible. But at every juncture, it was the difficult decisions that sculpted my path. When I was really young, my mom took me to the desert in Qasim, in Anaza, where I'm from, and I looked up to the sky, which, by the way, I was there last week, and looked up to the sky, found Jupiter and everything, and showed it to everybody in my family, and I was mesmerized by the stars. And at that moment, when I was 6, I was inspired. I was inspired to understand what these stars are made out of. And I kept asking questions. Why is this star flickering this way? Why is that star flickering yellow? Why is this one steady light? This one is not. Why is this one brighter than the other? Why is this so thick in the center and then the other sides are not? Why does it shift? Why does the moon follow me? I had all these questions that I did not find answers to that were scientifically okay for a 6-year-old to accept. And then my sister tried to explain to me by taking a piece of paper, putting glue on it, sprinkling glitter, taking it up, and was like, listen, stop with the questions. This is what God did. That's exactly how the stars were made out. And I was like, oh, pretty cool, pretty creative, but not good enough. So I decided from that moment that the only way to understand space is to go there. And the only way to go to space is to use a rocket. And the only way I can go to space is to make my own rocket. So it was like, oh, that makes really logical sense. That's it. That's what I'm going to do with my life. Obviously, that is not an easy decision to make. And it was extremely unique. Keep in mind, this happened a long time ago, not today. So when I had that opportunity, and I was mesmerized by the infinite possibility of flying, because I had the opportunity to fly at 6 years old. I actually took off an airplane with my father. I think not maybe, it's 100%. I actually flew an airplane before I drove a car. So inspired by flight, inspired by the majestic dance of physics and engineering, this was my passion. And so to pursue this passion, it required defying norms, to persevere through skepticism, and often standing alone. Like the majority of my life actually has been standing alone. And that is a very hard decision to make, especially when you are this young. So for example, when I decided to do this, I decided at a very young age that that is my passion, and I had to make this decision early on. In Saudi, they did not teach us about space. In Saudi, they did not have aerospace engineering. In Saudi, they did not have robotics. So at a very young age, because I was born in the States, but then lived in Saudi for a little bit, then I had the opportunity to live in the States, and my parents were divorced. I had to make a very difficult choice. I love my mother to death, and she is my inspiration. She's the person I look up to every single day. Every time it gets hard, she's the person I look up to. But I had to make a very difficult choice at a very young age to leave my mother and the warmth and the love that I received from her and go to the States to pursue this dream. This meant I will lose the opportunity to share how I become a human as an adult, because I'm not going to be with my mother. I also had to sacrifice being with my sister, who is almost a twin. She's not really a twin, but like we're so connected that we're almost twins. So I had to leave her behind to pursue this dream, which was not easy at a very young age. I'm talking about like pre-high school. So it was extremely hard to make these decisions, but it takes that to be able to pursue what you want to do and to have the belief in yourself to continue. And every day it got hard, and it did. I would remind myself that I have made not only myself, but my family, my mother and my sister, pay the ultimate price of being apart for so long. So then I'm like, okay, I cannot be mediocre. I cannot be average. I must go beyond 100%. I must go find whatever it is that is difficult and try to push the boundaries beyond that, because I gotta make this worth it. And that's what I did. So this is what it takes for you to push, to keep going, and then worse off after all of this, you're trying to push in a male-dominated field. You look around, you're the only woman. This has been the case for me my entire life, whether it's at work, whether it's in a class in the university, whether it's in a robotics development course, whatever it is, I look around, and it's either I'm the only one, or perhaps it's me and one other person, and that's it. The rest are all men. So these are the difficult choices that I had to make. These are the things I had to face. So every decision came with a set of sacrifices, moments missed with loved ones, creative tension between my personal goals and cultural duties. However, each step reaffirmed my vision for a place where women could soar as high as their dreams dare to ascend. And that was my life and my story. I mean, I could sit here and tell you more details, but we gotta make this pretty brief. So becoming the first female aerospace engineer was more than a personal achievement. But please recognize that that was never part of my goal. It just so happened that through my work, I became the first female aerospace engineer in the GCC, and I was like, oh man, this means it's a lot of responsibility. So in order to live up to this responsibility, I had to actually have a voice, and I had to push and keep talking about it, about the difficulties, about how hard it is, about how important it is for women to participate in STEM, how important it is to have women engineers. All that because I recognize the value that women bring to science, technology, engineering, and math, and being the first comes with a huge responsibility that I have to live up to every day. Even if I'm tired, even if I can't make it, I still have to show up, and I still have to try to the best of my abilities and go above the 110%. So it's essentially you make a promise to the women who would follow you. And that's what drives me every day, to have to continue to push and to keep through. A promise to advocate for them, to create pathways where there were dead ends, where I had dead ends and I had to pave the way to create a tunnel for all of us to walk through, and to be the voice in the room where decisions are made. One pivotal moment, obviously, is using STEM. I mean, okay, there's like the starting the business, failing, succeeding at rockets and stuff, making so many rockets. This is all good stuff. But I think one of the pivotal moments is sharing my story, my hardship, the things that people have to make as choices, whether extremely difficult ones, with everybody. So I used social media in 2017 until today. I've been using social media to educate about STEM, to discuss space, to educate about space, whether from a technology perspective, from a science perspective, from an astronomy perspective, from an engineering perspective, what type of interdisciplinary fields play into it to encourage young people to join STEM, to be the future leaders. So using that voice aimed at empowering women to join STEM, to create initiatives about teaching science, not just about teaching science and technology, but about fostering confidence, about providing mentorship, showing young women that their contributions are invaluable. The joy of seeing women step into roles they once thought were unattainable has been a profound reward, and we see this here today. Many people here are those trailblazers that paved the way for everyone else. So despite the progress, unfortunately, we still have faced barriers. And these are the hard decisions each one of us have to make, to choose to speak up, to lead by example, to challenge complacency that will continue to drive all our missions to grow as women in all fields. Therefore, I encourage each of you, whether you are at the onset of your career or leading from the front, to make those courageous choices, to speak about them, and to push the boundaries, support each other, and be relentless in your pursuit of passion and equality. In closing, I want to remind all of you of the power of choice. We all get to make a choice. Sometimes you might want to have to pick the hard choices, and sometimes those hard choices are extremely difficult for you to do, but in the long run, they are the right ones, and they're the ones that have an everlasting effect. So let's choose to uplift, to innovate, and to defy the gravitational pull of doubt and fear. Together, let's ensure that the sky is not the limit for women of tomorrow, but rather the beginning of an extraordinary journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mishal. Thank you for sharing your story and showing us what a true pioneer looks like that so many look up to, but also what it takes to commit to that vision. We talk about being the first, but what does it take to really be the first and to really be somebody who makes an incredible impact? Thank you so much, so inspiring. And now we're going to be hearing from two trailblazing women who will share how they are using their passion for the arts to inspire and empower future generations. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Hebel Kawas, composer, soprano, president of the board and general director of the Lebanese National Higher Conservatory of Music, and your moderator, TV host Aline Mor. Welcome, ladies.
مرحبا. أول شيء قبل ما بلش السيشن اسمحوا لي أن أشكر خلود. خلود بدي أشكرك على هالإيفنتات الحلوة اللي بتعملي لنا إياها. أنا صار لي سنتين بجي معكم، كل سنة بلاقي في تطور. بدي أشكرك على طول بتحبي تبرزي المرأة وتمكين المرأة. إن شاء الله نكست يير كمان بيكون إيفنت أحلى وأحلى. كلنا بنعرف انه هيك ايفنتات بتاخد اشهر تحضير. بقى كمان بدي اشكر انا كل الاكيب تبع فوربس، behind the scenes. نانسي وكلكم بدي أشكركم لأنه كل سنة بنقول هيدا الإيفنت رح يكون أحلى، بيكون في إيفنت أحلى. Thank you so much. دكتور هبة، أنا كتير مبسوطة إنه عم حاورك اليوم.
Thank you.
دكتور هبة القواس، حضرتك من أبرز الأصوات بعالم الموسيقى الكلاسيكية العربية. ساهمتي بتطوير الموسيقى العربية ودمجها بالتقنيات العالمية، وحققت إنجازات فنية كبيرة وثقافية استثنائية على المستوى العالمي والمحلي والدولي وكله. بحب أعرف منك كيف شكلت رحلتك كامرأة قيادية بصناعة الموسيقى لإبراز وجهة نظرك حول دور القوة والإرادة الداخلية بتحقيق النجاح.
مساء الخير للجميع، أنا اللي مبسوطة إنه عم نتحاور سوا، وطبعا مقدمتك عن فوربس خلتني أحس إنه نحن ببيت عائلي هيك empowering women. In fact هل نحن فعلا بحاجة to empower women ولا هي قوية أساسا by nature؟ بتصور الفورس إجا من عند الله بالأساس، ويمكن هلأ صارت اللحظة إنها تطلع. أكيد فيني أقول شيء إنه لما الإنسان بيخلق وعنده ميشن بتصور الله بحط فيه فورس من دون ما يعرف بلا وعيه. ما في شيء بيتحقق إذا ما عندك وصل مع هالنقطة المطلقة، فينا نسميها بكل التعبير، ولكن هيدي القوة المطلقة هي سر الإبداع، هي سر الإنجاز، وهي بالنسبة إلي سر الموسيقى. لكن هيدي بلحظة الخلق، بلحظة الإبداع، بلحظة الاندستري. في الجزء دايما في الجزء الإبداعي، ولكن كل شيء في له الاندستري تبعه. بهذا الجزء لنحققه ونوصل فيه للعالم، وخاصة إني أنا جيت على عالمنا العربي من برا وعم بفتح طريق جديد لأول مرة بيصير. كنت أول امرأة مؤلفة موسيقية مرقت تقود موسيقتها وتغنيها، وأول مين حدا حكي بشيء اسمه أوبرا عربية لدرجة يسألوني شو هي. فإنك تفتحي طريق لأول مرة بيحصل من دون إرادة أو الويل تو باور، الويل باور من دون اليقين هيدا لتحول، من دون القوة الداخلية ما فيها تصير. بده يكون هالقد الواحد روتد بيقين وما يوقف عن هيدي الاستمرار لحتى يقدر يفتح باث ما في له مطرح بالأساس. خاصة نحن بكل بنحكي ببداية التسعينات ما في لحديت هلا يعني عم نبني انفراستراكشر ايكو سيستم للموسيقى العالمية. فكيف إذا بمنطقتنا، فكيف إذا عم نعمل تزاوج بين هالموسيقى العالمية والموسيقى العربية؟ فأنا بقول اللي أنت سألتيني عنه هو سر بتحقيق أي شيء بيريده الإنسان بالعالم، اللي هو والباور. وكل لحظة مشيت فيها كانت مش بس إني عم بستعملها، عم تنمى معي وبتصير هي واليقين واحد. فأنا بقول الإيمان بالنفس هو سر النجاح للإنسان. وبتصور إنه الست بشكل عام، الامرأة اللي احنا عم نحكي عنها بهالمؤتمر، عندها إياه بغريزتها الأولى، بس بدها تطلقها لبرا وتمشي فيها. كانت مستغلتها بس لعائلتها، بس لأولادها. يمكن مشان هيك ما ظهرت، مش لأنها مش موجودة عندها، ولكن المجتمع وهي أرادت معها المجتمع إنه تعطي هالإرادة العظيمة بإنه تزرع بأولادها شو بده يكونوا بالمستقبل، تزرع بمجتمعها الأكبر شو بده يكونوا بالمستقبل، تزرع بزوجها. هيك كان الماضي، ولكن هلأ صارت عم تقسمها وتعرف توازن بين نفسها وبين هذا المجتمع.
إذا بدنا نطلب منك تشاركينا تجربة خاصة قمتي فيها جمعت بين شغفك الشخصي وعملك المهني بالموسيقى، يعني تجربة إذا بدك ساعدتك على إحداث تأثير ملموس بمسيرتك المهنية بالمجتمع.
تجربة صعبة، بتعرفي كل ما مرقت بحياتي لأقدر أعمل بلاتفورم لموسيقتي كان بدي أزرع شيء مش موجود بمنطقتنا. فأول شيء فيني أقول إني أثرت، وأنا اليوم هلأ بحكي من منطلق إني
سعودية لبنانية، يعني مش بس أثرت بلبنان بالأساس، أثرت بالمنطقة كلها، بالمنطقة العربية، بكيف نزرع مهرجانات متخصصة بالموسيقى الكلاسيكية، مهرجانات متخصصة بالأوبرا، كيف يصير في عنا دور أوبرا. يعني كثير اشتغلت مع دول، مع وزارات ثقافة بالماضي، ويمكن كل شيء عمرته، كل شيء ألفته، كل شيء هيك أوحيت فيه ونصحت فيه بالمنطقة، هلأ بلش يتجسد وعم شوفه أمامي، وهيدي لحالها. وكمان فيني أقول أنا من زمان كتير، وهلأ كرئيسة كونسرفاتوار، وقبل كأستاذي، وقبل كرئيسة دور معلمين، كتير عطيت implementation لأعطي الآخر. فأنا أثرت من خلال المرافق التعليمية الكبرى بالمنطقة على أني ابني أجيال جديدة، مش جيل ومش شخص وشخصين، أجيال، لدرجة أوقات بكون بمطرح وفجأة بيطلع بوجبي I feel proud إنه عم ياخدوا جوائز بالعالم وعم يظهروا. وهلأ وبعتبر يمكن أهم إنجاز هيك ريورد اجتني لإنجازاتي إني منحت الجنسية السعودية مؤخراً. مبروك. وبفتخر اليوم إني أنا عم مثل المملكة العربية السعودية بهيدي القمة، وأقول إنه هيدي الجنسية هي مسؤولية كيف أعطي بلدي من خبرتي ومن عطائي الموسيقي، إن كان بالتأليف ولا بالصوت ولا بالرؤية لقدام، اللي بتساهم برؤية كتير كبيرة وعظيمة 2030، واللي هي أنا بعتبرها مش بس للمملكة، هي حتى بلشت اوريدي تاخذ مع المنطقة كلها هالقطب الكبير، هالكوكب الكبير اللي اسمه المملكة العربية السعودية، اللي هي قارة، هالانفتاح من رؤية كبيرة. إذا بدي أحكي بمجالي الموسيقي، كيف فينا نبني، كنت عم بقول ما عندنا انفراستراكشر، ما عندنا ايكو سيستم، كيف فينا نبني انفراستراكشر وايكو سيستم يحول المنطقة كلها لمنظومة كبيرة تتحد بمنظومة الكرة الأرضية، وخاصة إنه عنا من الموسيقى الخام يلي عم بدوروا عليه كصوت موسيقي جديد للعالم. هذا كنت أقوله من بداية التسعينات، الموسيقى الجديدة ستأتي من الشرق، لأنه أوروبا استنفذت الأصوات الموسيقية اللي عندها بمؤلفاتها وراحت على الإكسبيرمنتال، لأنه ما عاد عندها شيء جديد، صار بالتجريب لتطلع صوت جديد. ونحن بمنطقتنا في عنا أصوات خام، موسيقى خام. بطلع أنا من الموسيقى العظيمة، الموروث العظيم اللي موجود بالمملكة مثلا بمناطق المتعددة، يلي هي فيها ريتشنس في يعبي العالم كله إذا أخذناه كمادة خام وكتبناها بشكل ديفلوبد وطلعنا فيها بأعمال كبرى، إن كان سيمفونية ولا أوبرات، وبنمشي معه للموسيقى الخام اللي موجود بلبنان واللي موجود بمصر واللي موجود بالخليج العربي واللي موجود. موسيقى بتصير معجزة لما بنحولها برؤية جديدة. وخلينا نقول نحن هلأ بقمة فوربس، يعني بنحكي كمان اقتصاد لما بنحكي بفوربس، لما بنشتغل على منظومة فيها نبني من خلالها انفراستراكشر ومن بعدها بنصنع ايكو سيستم متكامل، يعني عم نروح على 360، يعني بنصير عم نحول الموسيقى كمان لاقتصاد كتير كبير. نحن بهيدا الزمن اللي بنحكي فيه باقتصاد المعرفي، الموسيقى قادرة تكون بيلر كتير كبير وعظيم، يعني in trillions of dollars إذا ما نحكي اقتصاد بلغة فوربس، ما هيك يعني هلأ مناسبة. بس هذا كله لما بنعمل هذا الايكو سيستم ومنربطه بالمنطقة كلها، وبالآخر بتكون عم تنربط بكل هالطرق الاستشعارات الكبيرة التكنولوجي قادرة تحققها بلحظات لحتى تنوصل بالعالم كله. وأنا بظن إنه المملكة هلأ بالاطلاعي اللي عم تعمله وزارة الثقافة عم تشتغل على هالانفراستراكشر يلي إن شاء الله بين دور الأوبرا والكونسرفاتوارات وبين بالمسارح والأشياء اللي تكون كونتنت مع الوقت تطلع. قادرين بالمملكة العربية السعودية إنه نجذب مش بس المنطقة العربية ولكن العالم كله لتكون هي سنتر ويمكن كابيتال للعالم، لحتى تقدر تكون هيدي ستيتمنت الكبيرة اللي تساهم بالايكو سيستم الأكبر بالدول كلها. وإن شاء الله أكون أنا مثل ما حققت قبل هيدا التأثير لكتير ناس مثل سؤالك، أقدر حقق تأثير كمان ببلدي المملكة العربية السعودية.
ان شاء الله. الحديث معك مثل ما بيقولوا ما بينشبع منه، بس في وقت معين بدنا نلتزم فيه. قبل ما اختم معك، اذا بتعطينا، اذا بدك نصيحه لصناعات الفنون او يلي النساء يلي بمجال الفن والاداء، كيف فيها تمكن حالها، يعني اذا بدنا من استخدام اصواتهم وابداعاتهم لتحدي، اذا بدنا نقول هيك بتوين براكتس، الاعراف، ويعملوا تغيير اجتماعي دائم؟
طبعا الفيلد الموسيقي انها تكون الست مساهمه في مجالات كثير. طبعا هي تبوأت الاداء والغناء، وخاصه بمنطقتنا اكثر شيء كان الغناء الشعبي او التقليدي او الطربي لنقول، وهلا عم تفتح ابواب الاوبرا بطريقه، ويمكن اشتغلت على الاوبرا العربيه اللي هلا بلشت طريقه كمان فيها تستقطب. وطبعا كعازفه فتحت باب المؤلفين، هلا صارت مؤلفات، صارت في مؤلفات هلا كمان. ولكن خلينا نقول انه الموسيقى كصناعه مش بس كابداع، مثل ما هي بحاجه للعازفه وللمؤلفه وللمؤدي والمغنيه، كمان هي بحاجه للمنتجه، بحاجه للمانجر، بحاجه للامبريزاريو، بحاجه للببلشر، بحاجه للميوزك تكنولوجي. فالست فيها تفوت على كل هالقطاعات وتبدع، فيها تخلق ابلكيشنز، فيها تخلق مراكز تعليم، فيها تكون استاذه طبعا. وفي استاذات كثير مهمين بالعالم العربي كله بالمجال الموسيقي، مبدعات بهالمجال. ولكن خلينا نفتح مجال التفكير من الاشياء التقليديه اللي صرنا 20 30 سنه ماشيين فيهم للمطرح اللي بيكمل الايكو سيستم، للمطارح اللي نحن بحاجه إلها. بالعالم باوروبا مطرح دائما الابداع عنده حدود، يعني في كومبيتيشن عاليه. عازفه البيانو بفوت كل موسيقي بيدخل الكونسرفاتوار قصده يكون سولويست، بيلاقي حاله مش قادر يكون سولويست بيروح للكواتيور، ما بيلاقي حاله ما بقادر يكون مهم بالكواتيور بيروح للأوركسترا كعازف أوركسترا. هلا صار في تخصص دغري بالأوركسترا الأوركسترالي. أوقات بيروح ما بيقدر بيروح للإنتاج، بيروح بيتخصص بيرجع ميوزك كريتيك، يعني إعلام زائد المعرفة الموسيقية، بيروح للساوند انجينيرينج، بيروح للمانجمنت. فخلينا نفتح هذه التشعبات، لأنه هالاندستري نقدر نعمل ايكو سيستم. أنا عم بشتغل عليها بالكونسرفاتوار، وفتحت هالتشعبات السنة حتبلش تنطلق، وبتصور المملكة هلا عم تفتح هذا الشيء. بس لازم كمان نعمل awareness للست اللي هي عم تفوت على هالمجال الموسيقي، تروح مش بس للإبداع، كمان تروح للإندستري كإندستري، وهيك بتكتمل الدائرة لنقدر نعمل ايكو سيستم متكامل.
أنا بدي أشكرك وبتمنى لك مزيد من الإبداعات والتألق.
شكرا كثير، وشكرا للفرصة اللي انفتحت، وشكرا للحضور الكريم. شكرا لك.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hiba and Aline. More photos while we're up on the stage, why not? Make sure we capture the moment. And now for our next session, ladies and gentlemen, which will be in Arabic. We are going to be discovering how shaping narratives can inspire positive change. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Naila Twaini, CEO and Editor-in-Chief of An-Nahar and An-Nahar Arabi. Rahaf Swalha, radio presenter for Rotana Radio Jordan and TV host and producer for Amman TV. And your moderator, TV presenter, Abrar Bahabri. Please welcome our speakers to the stage.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في البداية أشكر فوربس على هذه الدعوة الكريمة، وجدا سعيدة أن اليوم بحاور ضيوف من قامات الصحافة والإعلام. فخلينا نبدأ في البداية مع أستاذة نائلة، ويمكن أبغى أسألك سؤال يعني جدا مهم. اليوم حضرتك ورثتي إرث كبير في مجال الصحافة مع جريدة النهار. لو تكلمينا أكثر كيف قدرتي تحافظي على هذه القيم بالنسبة للإعلام بشكل عام كصحافة تقليدية، وأيضا مع التحول الرقمي اللي موجود اليوم؟
أول شيء بدي أتشكر فوربس، بدي أتشكر خلود كمان على هالمؤتمر يلي هو بخلي الواحد يكون عم بيتسمع على كل هالخبرات، وعم بيكون عم نقدر نجتمع كلنا سوا. 20 سنة يعني 19 سنة على القد إنه الواحد يقدر يحافظ بعد ما استشهد الوالد من 19 سنة، إنه يقدر يحافظ ما كان شيء أبداً هين. كان عمري 22 سنة، كان بعده التكنولوجيا بعدها بأول ما هي عم تبلش، فكان إنك تقدر تكوني بين التقليدي، بين الصحافة التقليدية وتكوني عم تبلشي الترانسفورميشن كلها. فكان عندي كل هيدا التحدي بعمر صغير ببلد صعب كتير، ببلد وين كل الوقت عنا تحديات، من حروب لمشاكل مالية، لثورة، لانفجارات، لاغتيالات، لحتى هلأ من شهر كان عنا حرب يمكن توقفت من 3 أسابيع. فبلد هالقد صعب، بلد هالقد عنده أزمات، عم بيواجه هالقد أزمات، إعلام هالقد كمان بيواجه أزمات، لأنه بنعرف كلنا سوا إنه الإعلام، وسائل الإعلام بيواجهوا أزمات، عندهم مشاكل إعلانات، خصوصا هلأ مع تطور التكنولوجيا ومع السوشيال ميديا كل شيء تغير. المعلن صار عنده غير كمان طرق يقدر يحط إعلان ومنصات يقدر يعلن عليها. فكان شيء كتير صعب إنه بهال 19 سنة حافظ على الورقة وقدر يكون جسر لكل الترانسفورميشن والتجدد. توصلنا اليوم افتتحنا بالنهار تحت الحرب رغم كل المصاعب اللي كنا فيها نيوز روم جديدة يلي تفجرت ب4 آب، رجعنا افتتحناها بنيوز روم باورد باي AI، يعني باورد باي ديجيتال، يعني كل شيء خاصه بالذكاء الاصطناعي. مش يعني الذكاء الاصطناعي عم بياخذ محل الصحافة، لا بالعكس عم بيساعد الصحافة تيكون الوقت أسرع، تيقدر الصحافة يفكر أكثر، يبتكر أكثر، يعطي أكثر. فقدرنا نعمل كل هالترانسفورميشن، نكون عم نقدر نطلق موقعين، موقع النهار وموقع النهار العربي يلي بيكون عم بيحكي مع الخليج، مع كل الجمهور العربي، إلى جانب كمان المرأة، رجال الأعمال، نساء، سيدات الأعمال، الرياضة، كل شيء، اللايف ستايل، كل هالأمور. فكل هالترانسفورميشن عملناها وتركنا الورق يكون هيدا جسر العبور. أكيد حطينا الفيديو، أكيد حطينا البودكاست، كل ما يكون عم بيكون في تطور عم نكون نحن عم نتطور معه، وعم نقدر نحكي مع كل الأجيال.
جميل. وفعلا فعلا تحدي جدا صعب في وسط الأزمات إنه الواحد يقدر إنه هو يطور ويبدأ من جديد. صح. يعني بداية جديدة، وصراحة يعني جدا فخورة فيها.
شكرا.
سؤالي الثاني للأستاذة رهف، فيما يخص بداياتك في المجال الإعلامي. كيف شفتي هذه البدايات كسيدة، وكيف ممكن توصفي لنا هي؟
شكرا أبرار. نايلة مبسوطة إني شفتك. شكرا ست خلود العميان. أنا كتير مبسوطة بداية إني أكون موجودة اليوم بين هالعدد من النساء الاستثنائيات من مختلف القطاعات بأكيد الرياض. أنا أول مرة بزور المملكة العربية السعودية، فمبسوطة كتير. لهيك بحب أشكر فوربس ميدل إيست على هالفرصة.
أهلاً وسهلاً.
يعني بلدكم حلوة كتير. من لما دخلت على المطار حسيت بالدفى والطيبة والمحبة بعيون كل الناس. فهذا اولا. فتحيه للرياض وللمملكه العربيه السعوديه ولفوربس ميدل ايست. ردا على سؤالك، لما قعدت افكر وانا بعمان انه شو بدي احكي بقمه فوربس ميدل ايست، تذكرت رهف الطفله، وتذكرت انه هالبني ادمه كانت بنت حساسه كثير، بتحس بحالها وبتحس باللي حواليها، بتراقب، بتلاحظ، بتحلل، وما كان عندها هوايات مثل باقي الأطفال. ما كنت أحب ألعب بالألعاب، دائما ماسكة فرشاية الشعر وعاملة مش مذيعة، عاملة إنه أنا نجمة كتير مهمة وفي شخص عم بيحاورني وعم بيقول لي كيف وصلتي للي أنت فيه. هذا بعمر 10 سنين. فبابا وماما انتبهوا. وهون بحب أحكي عن أهمية دور العائلة ودورنا كآباء وأمهات، إن ننتبه على أولادنا. كان ممكن هالموهبة اللي عندي إنها تنقمع مثلها مثل كتير أطفال، واحد صوته حلو، بنت بتعرف ترسم، بنت بتعرف يعني أي هواية موجودة عند هاي الطفلة. أنا أهلي من الناس اللي كتير آمنوا فيي واستثمروا فيي، فمع إني كنت متفوقة بالمدرسة رياضيات وكيمياء وأحياء أنا عم بعمل هذا الإشي لأنه واجبي، بس ما عندي شغف. لما إجيت بأدرس بالجامعة على طول قلت لهم انتم عارفين انا بدي ادرس صحافه واعلام، مع انه بوقتها بال 2005 كان ممكن انه انت تشتغلي بهالمجال بدون شهاده، ولكن هم امنوا فيه ورحت درست بالجامعه الامريكيه في القاهره. فحتى كيف كان في صوره نمطيه عن تخصص الاعلام، الادفايزر اللي كانت موجوده بالجامعه لما رحت انا واهلي بتقول لبابا، بتقول له يا فندم انه بنتك ممكن تدخل تدرس هندسه. ايه اعلام؟ انه الاعلام يعني معدله كتير قليل وهي ستريت اي ستودنت. فبقولها لا، بس هي حابه انها تسقل هوايتها وموهبتها وتحولها لبروفيشن، تتحول لمهنه. فكانت الجمله يعني هي بالنسبه لها انه يحيى الفخراني دكتور وبيمثل، مش لازم تدرس صحافه واعلام. ولكن انا اخذت التحدي وكنت من اوائل الاعلاميات بالاردن اللي دارسين صحافه واعلام كبكالوريوس. وبعتقد بانه اليوم العلم بيصقل الموهبة وبيسرع الخطوات. يعني مزبوط الموهبة هي الأساس، في كتير ناس بتشتغل بدون شهادة، ولكن أنا بكتير أوقات بتذكر ميثاق الأخلاق اللي درسته بالجامعة عن مهنة الصحافة والإعلام. بتذكر عبارات سمعتها كتير بالجامعة بتخليكي تكوني مسؤولة وضميرك حي أكتر. حتى اليوم بعصر السوشيال ميديا بتلاقي اللي دارس إعلام بيتميز عن غيره بمجال طبعا الصحافة والإعلام، ولا في ناس مبدعين جدا بمجال السوشيال ميديا وبنتعلم منهم.
طبعا، وهذا يمكن انطلاقتي للسؤال الثاني للأستاذة نائلة. كيف سلطتوا الضوء على السيدات في المجال الإعلامي بحكم أنه هو يعني خلينا نقول مجال مختص أكثر بالذكور في فترة سابقة أو يمكن إلى الآن؟ لا زالت يعني الصحفيين مهيمنين أكثر من الصحفيات السعوديات.
بالمؤسسة بسبب انه نحن عندنا كثير صحفيات يمكن حتى اكثر من عدد الرجال، بس بفتكر مثل ما كمان حتى كانت عم بتقول هبة انه يمكن النساء هن عم بيثبتوا حالهم اكثر واكثر يوم بعد يوم مع الايام. فهي هذا اللي كمان يمكن من دون ما نحن نكون بس عم نسلط الضوء، عم تفرض حالها كل سيده بكل مجتمع بكل محل عم تشتغل فيه، تنقدر نحن نكون عم نسلط الضوء عليها اكثر واكثر. وبالشركه نحن بالعكس يعني من الاساس كان في كثير سيدات وكان في كثير سيدات ناجحات مش بمجتمع الاعلام بلبنان او بالثقافه او بالفن او بكل هالمجتمع اللبناني يلي خلى الامرأة اللبنانية تكون عم تثبت حالها. ومش بس بلبنان، يعني أنا حتى عدة مرات عملت مقابلات مع سيدات بالكويت وغيرها، واكتشفت قديش في ثقافة وقديش في تاريخ من الأساس تعلموا وعملوا طريق طويل كتير. يعني واحد بيتفاجأ يمكن بالقبل ما كنا الإعلام يعطيهم هالقد أهمية، بس هلا الإعلام عم بيعطيهم أكثر أهمية ومع السوشيال ميديا. بس بفتكر إنه السيدة دايما هي فارضة حالها بكل مجتمع وبكل الأعمال.
صحيح. سؤالي للأستاذة رهف فيما يخص المحتوى.
نعم.
كيف قدرتي تحافظي على محتواك إنه يكون محتوى هادف وجميل مش سطحي زي ما بنشوف في باقي المحتويات على السوشيال ميديا؟
شوفي، أنا بقول إنه الدنيا أذواق، وأنا نفسي كرهف بحب مرات أسمع نكتة، وممكن بوقت تاني أكون حابة احضر برنامج تقيل، ومره حابه اسمع بودكاست لنايلة، ومره حابه احضر إشي بس يضحكني، ومره اتفرج على فاشن. فانا مع يعني خلينا نقول الناس بتقدم هالمحتوى واحنا احرار شو نختار، ولكن بطلت اسمح او اقبل انه الشخص اللي بيجي بيقول لك الناس بدها محتوى تافه. لا، المتابعين اذكياء جدا، والشعب العربي ذكي جدا وبيقدر المحتوى الهادف. ويعني الدليل مؤخرا عملت برنامج خاص برجال الاعمال، كلهم على فكره على قائمه فوربس. عقبالي انا فهذا المفروض انه رجال الاعمال ممكن انه يصنف كبرنامج تقيل، كبرنامج الناس ما بتحب تتابعه، خصوصا على مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي لما انت عم تحكي عن ريل مدته دقيقه او لا يتجاوز الدقيقه ونص. التفاعل الكبير اللي شفته حتى من مواليد الجنريشن زي، لانه عم بتقدمي قصه نجاح بس مش قصة لابسة هيك بدلة وقرفتها، قربتي لهم إياها. فالناس بتحب المحتوى الهادف، بس بدك تكون ذكي كيف تقدمه بدون مقدمات طويلة، بطريقة قريبة للقلب. الستوري تيلينج أو شخص يقدم لك قصص، احنا دائما بنحب نسمع القصص، بس بحس انه لا، المشاهد هو ذكي والمتابع هو ذكي وبيقدر المحتوى الهادف، بس احنا بدنا نكون شاطرين ان نقدم له اياه بطريقه لبقه، بطريقه جديده، بطريقه بتشبهه. وبنفس الوقت يعني مرات لما بسمع انتقاد لبعض صانعي المحتوى انه والله عم بتقدم، طب ليه عم بتتابعيها؟ ما دامك عم بتتابعيها معناته في إشي انت ملاقيتيه، الهام، انسبيريشن، ما بعرف. بس انا مع انه المحتوى موجود واحنا لمين بنعمل قيمه. وبالنسبه لنا بتخيل يمكن نايلة بتوافقني الراي، كثير فاد الاعلاميين اللي جايين من الاولد سكول، مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي، ان نقدر ننقل محتوانا من التلفزيونات والاذاعات لجمهور اكبر، جمهور مش بس بلبنان او بالاردن، صار العالم هو سقفك زي ما بيقولوا.
صحيح، اتفق معك 100%. وسؤالي الاخير يمكن لكم لضيق الوقت، حضراتكم الاثنين عندكم منصات استخدمتوها لتمكين المرأة، لإيصال صوت المرأة في المجتمع العربي بشكل عام. كيف تشوفوا اليوم دور الإعلام في مثل هذه القضية أو هذا التحدي لتغيير الصورة النمطية بالنسبة للسيدات بشكل عام وتمكينهم وإيصال صوتهم؟
أكيد أنت قبل نايلة حبيبتي. شوفي، أنا بحب دائما عبر منصات مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي إنه أكون حقيقية مع الناس. يعني لما بتعرض لخيبة أمل هم بيعرفوا، لما بكون مبسوطة بيعرفوا، لما بكون عاملة إنجاز أنا فخورة فيه مثل اليوم مثلا أنا كتير مبسوطة أني موجودة معاكم، بيحسوا بفرحتي. المرأة بدها تشوف حدا حقيقي. إحنا كلنا أنا النساء اللي بتابعهم مرات بكون تعبانة ومش قادرة أكمل، بقول طب إذا هي كملت أنا كمان بقدر. فالمهم إنه كل وحدة تركز على نقاط القوة اللي عندها، تحب حالها، تحب حالها زي ما كانت الصبح مدام هالة كاظم عم تحكي the real self love. ديري بالك على حالك، to reflect، تحسي بمشاعرك، تقعدي مع حالك تقولي أنا هون ليش زعلت، أنا هون ليش انبسطت، أنا هون ليش انكسرت. أنا بحس إنه طالما النساء، في نساء للأسف يمكن ما عندها هاي الرول موديل بحياتها، فخليها تشوفك أنت على الشاشة، تشوفك حقيقية. ما في داعي إنه إحنا دائما نبين للناس إننا ناجحين وأقوياء ومبسوطين، لا، إحنا بكتير أوقات بنكون زعلانين وتعبانين. فبحس هذا الإشي اللي ممكن عن جد الست تلاقي فيه إلهام، حتى لو ما كانت تشتغل بنفس قطاعك أو حلمها مختلف عن حلمك أو موهبتها مختلفة عن موهبتك.
نفس الشيء، الواحد يكون نفسه، يكون حاله، مش يكون عم بيعمل دور تمثيلي، لانه بالنتيجه انت عم بتكوني مثل لكثير اشخاص. وقت بتكوني حالك بتكوني اقرب للناس، بتكوني انت عم تقدري يخلوك يحبوك اكثر بطريقه، وتكوني انت عم تقدري تاثري فيهم بطريقه احسن. وخصوصا انه اليوم بهالايام اذا الواحد ما اشتغل على حاله وما فرجى النيو جنريشن انه لازم يشتغل على حاله، لازم يتطور، لازم يقدر يدرس، لانه في جنريشن عم بتقول يمكن ما بدها تدرس، بدها دغري توصل وتشتغل وتطلع مصاري. انه لا، واحد بيتعب، بيشتغل، بيتعلم، بيدرس، بيزعل، بيبكي. الحياة منا بس حلوة، الحياة منا بس مثل ما عم نشوفها يمكن على السوشيال ميديا. هذا الشيء كتير مهم، واحد كل هالاشخاص والجنريشنز تتعلم انه لا، في شيء ثاني، الواحد بده في تعب تا واحد يوصل، وما بتنتهي الطريق. يعني كل يوم الانسان بيتعلم، كل يوم الانسان بيعطي. فشو لو كان واحد كمان بشركه وفي مسؤوليه 130 140 زميل، كيف الواحد في مسؤوليه تطور، تغيير، ترانسفورميشن، وغير هيك كمان منصته الانسان واللي عم بيعمله واللي عم بيقدمه والمحتوى اللي عم بيقدمه. وخصوصا نحن كاعلام مسؤولين كمان عن الفاكت تشيكينج، لانه عم نعيش بعالم كله فيك نيوز. عندنا مسؤوليه كثير مهمه انه عن جد نضل نعمل هالدور التوعيه وننقل الصوره الحقيقيه لكل شيء عم بيصير حوالينا.
صحيح. شكرا لكم وشكرا لوقتكم، شكرا لوجودكم، حضورنا الكريم.
شكرا لك أبرار.
شكرا لرسالتكم الجميله اللي دائما يعني بتوصل للناس من القلب للقلب. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to our phenomenal panel and to really showing us what it means to follow your dreams and the power that can have and the impact that can have on so many. In our next session, which will also be in Arabic, we will be discussing how fostering integrity, empathy, and resilience in today's youth can empower them to lead with purpose and create a positive impact on the world. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Her Excellency Reem Abdullah Al-Falasi, Secretary General of the Supreme Council for Motherhood and Childhood for the UAE, and your moderator, Nancy Bahamed, presenter and business strategist for Forbes Middle East.
مساء الخير. يعني من بين كل الأحداث والقمم والإيفنتس يلي بتنظمها فوربس، كتار منكم بيعرفوا إنه هيدا الحدث الأقرب لقلبي. شو حلو بس تجتمع سيدات وقيادات من مختلف أنحاء العالم لتتشارك الفكر والثقافة بمكان واحد من قلب الرياض. أولاً فخورة جداً إني جزء من فوربس، فخورة جداً بفريق العمل الرائع، وطبعاً بالقيادة الناجحة والرائعة الرئيس التنفيذي خلود العميان. بعد بدي الزقفة أعلى، ما عم بسمع منيح. أي هيك بدنا حماس. وطبعاً هلأ سعادتي اكتملت أكثر باستضافة سعادة الريم العبد الله الفلاسي، الأمين العام للمجلس الأعلى للأمومة والطفولة. كمان اسمحوا لي نرحب فيها مرة ثانية.
شكراً لك نانسي. أنا اللي أتشرف إني أكون موجودة في بلدي الثاني المملكة العربية السعودية. صراحة أحب أشكرهم في البداية على حسن الضيافة والحفاوة، وأحب أشكر الأخت خلود على الدعوة الكريمة، وشرف كبير لي إني أكون بين هالمجموعة من السيدات الملهمات.
شكراً كثير لك، ونحن سعيدين جداً فيك اليوم. سعادة الريم، اليوم رح نحكي عن كيفية تمكين الشباب من القيادة الهادفة وخلق تأثير إيجابي في العالم. العائلة والأسرة من المعروف أنه هي أولوية وأساس ببيوتنا وبحضاراتنا بالعالم العربي، وكانت دولة الإمارات من الدول يلي أولت الطفل والأسرة اهتمام كتير كبير منذ نشأتها من أكثر من 50 عام. وحضرتك بصفتك الأمين العام للمجلس الأعلى للأمومة والطفولة قدمتم الكثير من المبادرات الرائدة. كيف بتلخصي النجاح بهيدي التجربة على الأقل بالسنوات العشر الأخيرة؟
نانسي، يمكن تشوفين تلاحظين في الفترة الأخيرة عندنا في الإمارات تسمعون عن أطفال متميزين، أطفال ناشطين في البيئة، أطفال نشروا كتب أو حتى مؤلفين، أطفال أبدعوا في مجالات مختلفة، ممكن حتى مخترعين أو شعراء أو غيره. أستحضر قصة صارت معاي من فترة، من أكثر من كم سنة. كنت في يوم من الأيام أتصفح أشوف الرصد الإعلامي عندنا في المجلس الأعلى للأمومة والطفولة، ولفت نظري عنوان لأحد الصحف العربية يقول فيها الطفل في الإمارات بمرتبة مستشار. فكانت يعني ما تتخيلين المشاعر الأحاسيس اللي كانت لحظتها في هاك الوقت. كان فخر، كان سعادة، كان إحساس بالمسؤولية أيضاً. قريت هالخبر بعد ما أعلنت سمو أم الإمارات شيخة فاطمة الله يحفظها قرارها بإنشاء مجلس استشاري للأطفال.
نعم.
مجموعة من الأطفال 9 أعضاء، مثل ما تعرفون نحن عندنا 7 إمارات في الدولة، ممثل لكل إمارة، وعندنا طفلين أصحاب الهمم بنت وولد. فكنا دائما نحرص ان نقعد معاهم لما يكون في مواضيع تخص الطفولة نستشيرهم في المواضيع اللي تخصهم، وكانت آرائهم صراحة مبهرة، كانوا يفتحون عيوننا على مواضيع نحن الكبار ما كنا منتبهين عليها. ومن إنجازاتهم هذه للأطفال اللي جدا أنا فخورة فيهم أن كان يعني من أفكارهم أن ينشؤون البرلمان الإماراتي للطفل. نحن اليوم في الإمارات عندنا برلمان إماراتي للطفل. كانت فكرتهم أنهم إذا هالمجموعة الصغيرة قدرت أنها تنجز، قدرت أنها تطلع أفكار وقرارات وبرامج مختلفة تخدم الطفل، فليش ما يكون عندنا برلمان بعدد أكبر، أطفال من مختلف الإمارات اهتماماتهم مختلفة. فلله الحمد صار عندنا البرلمان الإماراتي للطفل في 2020.
كيف بتشوفوا مشاركة الطفل يعني وانعكاسه على التشريعات وعلى رؤية الحكومة بدولة الإمارات ومبادراتها المعنية بالطفل تحديداً؟
طبعاً أولاً هو حق من حقوق الطفل المشاركة، فلذلك كان عندنا المجلس الاستشاري وأيضاً البرلمان، ونحن أصلاً من البداية موضوع مشاركة الطفل ناخذ بجدية عندنا في دولة الإمارات. فبعد أذكر ممكن أعطيك مثال عن الدور اللي يقدمونه هالأطفال. في جلسة من الجلسات طلبوا أنهم يقابلون معالي وزير الاقتصاد معالي عبد الله بن طوق، وطلبوا، وكانت وحدة من الأعضاء مخترعة، البنت عمرها 14 سنة.
نعم.
وعندها 13 اختراع. فكانت تقول حق معالي أن معاليك أنا عندي مشكلتين. الأولى أن أنا أحصل على تكريمات من خارج الدولة على اختراعاتي، لكن بسبب السن أن مش قادرة أسجل اختراعاتي في البلاد. المشكلة الثانية كانت التكلفة تسجيل هاي الاختراعات. فكانت تقول أنا طالبة وما عندي مصروف يكفيني يعني إن عشان أسجل، فيا أنك يعني تلغي هذه أو تحط يعني مبلغ رمزي إن أقدر أنا أعمله. فما قصر معالي، على طول خذ الإجراء، والحمد لله اليوم أطفالنا في الإمارات قادرين إنهم يسجلون اختراعاتهم.
طبعاً يعني الله يحفظ الإمارات والدول العربية وقيادات المملكة العربية السعودية كمان على الجهود اللي عم تعملها. كتير حلو بس نستثمر بالطفل، يعني الطفل هو المستقبل، هو الاستثمار الكبير لنا. واليوم سمعنا من خلال الجلسات يلي انطرحت بهالمؤتمر الرائع قد يعني عم بيتم الاستثمار بالطفل وتعليم الطفل عن عمر صغير كرمال المستقبل يعني باهر إن شاء الله. كيف بتنعكس مبادراتكم وإشراك الطفل فيها على الأنظمة المعنية بحياة الأطفال والمجتمع يلي عم بيعيشوا فيه بالإمارات على صعيد الصحة، التعليم، التشريعات واستشراف المستقبل؟
ضروري دائما نحن عندنا نانسي أن يكون في ابتكار في أي شيء يعني نقدمه للطفل. تعرفين الجيل مختلف، ولازم نجذبهم، لازم نسمع
جيل
لهم.
مختلف وذكي جدا
جدا وما نستهين فيهم ابدا
صح.
ما شاء الله عليهم. بعطيك مثال من البرامج اللي سويناها في مجال التعليم عن طريق اللعب. كنا حابين نوعي الأطفال عن مخاطر التنمر في المدارس، ومثل ما تعرفون الحضور الكريم التنمر كيف الضرر على صحة الأطفال النفسية، على أدائهم الدراسي، يعني ممكن حتى تسبب عقد لهم في المستقبل
طبعا.
فلذلك حرصنا في المجلس، ويمكن هالبرنامج كان الأول من نوعه في المنطقة بالتعاون مع منظمة اليونيسف، اللي هو برنامج الوقاية من التنمر في المدارس. الفكرة هي طبعاً نحن دربنا الإدارات والمعلمات وأيضاً الأخصائيين الاجتماعيين والممرضات في المدارس، لكن حبينا أن نركز على أصحاب الشان اللي هم الأطفال، وطبعاً أيضاً كان في تدريب لأولياء الأمور.
نعم.
لكن جزئية الأطفال كنا نوعيهم عن مخاطر التنمر عن طريق اللعب. فكنا نعمل يعني مثال على ذلك كانت نموذج إن نجيب أطفال مجموعة ونعمل مسرحية، نطلب منهم أن يعني يسووا لنا مسرحية موضوعها الوقاية من التنمر، فيمثلون الضحية والمتنمر ونخلص بعدين نجلب الأدوار يعني، والعكس المتنمر يصير الضحية والعكس. فلما يخلصون نسألهم كيف كان شعوركم لما أنت كنت متنمر؟ جميل. وكيف كان شعورك لما أنت كنت ضحية؟ فأكيد الشعور يكون سلبي. فلما يستوعبون وينحطون في الموقف يفهمون مخاطر هالشيء وان الاحساس ما كان حلو. فكنا نسالهم هل ترضى انك تمر في الحقيقه، ونحن كنا نلعب بهاي التجربه؟ طبعا يقول لا. هل ترضى لحد من اخوانك، اهلك، اصدقائك؟ فيحس بالمسؤوليه ويحس انه يبغي بالعكس يكون دوره ايجابي. فمثل هاي التجربه اللي هي عن طريق اللعب والابتكار ان في جذب الاطفال الحمد لله كانت جدا ناجحه.
جميل جدا. قد ايه اعمار الاطفال؟
يعني خفض عدد الحالات التنمر عندنا.
كنت بدي اسالك
أيوة.
في معدل معين بعد التراكنج يعني اكتشفتوا قد ايه خف؟
الحمد لله انخفاض كبير لاحظناه، وفي تعاون اكثر، وفي عندنا جائزه ايضا عملناها للوقايه من التنمر، وشفنا ابتكارات الاطفال فيها والابداعات فيها. وايضا احب اذكر ان بالتعاون ايضا مع وزاره الداخليه عن موضوع الابتكار استحدثنا تطبيق لحمايه الطفل، بحيث انه وهالتطبيق بالذات راجعوه المجلس الاستشاري والاطفال شافوه وحطوا عليه افكارهم وملاحظاتهم، والحمد لله الحين صار يعني اي طفل من اي مكان في الاماره انه ممكن يبلغ في حال حس انه يعني
عم يتعرض
بالتنمر او
للأذى،
حس انه في حد شيء اي نوع من
جميل جدا. فعلا هيدي بدها زقفه، زقفة كبيرة، خاصة عنا نحن أخصائيين نفسيين كتير. دكتور إبراهيم المشرقي أكيد حبيت الفكرة والمبادرة. دائما الإمارات رائدة، صحيح. خلينا نحكي عن المستقبل. أين تتجه مبادراتكم لتوفير مجتمع أفضل للطفل وللأسرة؟
شوفي أنا متفائلة إن شاء الله بالمستقبل، يعني لما أشوف هالنماذج الطيبة عندنا، الأطفال الشغوفين اللي كل واحد مهتم في مجاله، أحس الحمد لله. لكن هذا ما يمنع، يعني نحن دائما أقول إن ما في خط نهاية للعمل عندنا في دولة الإمارات. الابتكار ضروري والاهتمام بالتكنولوجيا ضروري إن نستغلها، لا يعني لصالح الأطفال وخدمة مجتمعاتنا. لكن في نفس الوقت أذكر بعد كلام سيدي سمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد الله يحفظه رئيس الدولة.
نعم.
لما كان في زيارة لكوريا كان مقابل أطفال طلبة الجامعات هناك، فكان يقولهم يا عيالي من بنات وأولاد أتمنى أني أكون معاكم مثلا طالع في سيارة وتكلموني عن النانو تكنولوجي وتكلموني عن الاي اي وتكلموني عن هاي الأمور كلها، وفي نفس الوقت إنه ممكن إن نروح نوري الضوء في البر ولا في البحر ونتقهوي مع بعض. فالمستقبل والتكنولوجيا وهاي الأمور كلها مهمة، لكن ضروري إن نتمسك بعاداتنا وتقاليدنا وثقافتنا المحلية.
صحيح. شكرا كثير سعادة الريم لعبد الله الفلاسي، والله يحفظ دولة الإمارات والمملكة العربية السعودية وكل الدول العربية. شكرا كثير لحضوركم.
شكرا لك نانسي، تشرفت.
أهلا وسهلا.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, and Nancy, of course. Such incredible, important work that is being done in educating and nurturing children to become the best that they can possibly be. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a panel that is all about the way that entrepreneurs are reshaping the future of business. And you're going to meet some incredible women who are doing just that. Please welcome to the stage Maryam Musalli, investor in women and female advocacy and founder of Niche Arabia and C-Suite Advisory. Wonderful to have you with us. Heidi El Abd, an entrepreneur and angel investor. Welcome to the stage. Suhal Turki, Deputy CEO and Executive Board Member at the National Bank of Egypt. And please welcome back to the stage your moderator, Joanna Jamil, Strategic Partner Manager, Global Partnerships for the MENA region at Meta.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Shall we, ladies? Where would you prefer? I'll sit here. I can take here. Let's fill all the gaps. Hi, everyone. Long day. It's almost the end of day one at the Forbes Women's Summit, and I'm going to share with you a little something. I was sitting backstage with these wonderful women in here, and the only thing that I kept thinking about is how such women are shaped in our region. So I'm very honored. I'm very thrilled to be sitting here with you, to be learning from you, and I really can't wait for you all to hear more from them. Women empowerment, a topic that we hear almost every single day. Sometimes it's thrown around, and sometimes it's used as an advantage, as a leverage, if you know what I mean. But in reality, all three of you, what you have in common is that you put it into practice. I'll start with you, Maryam, as a Saudi woman from Jeddah. I want you to talk a bit more about your way, your mindset, your vision on how you elevate women in business.
Well, I think, as women, our superpower is really our collaborative mindset. We're open to helping each other. And I think, that's one of the things that has really driven me in my career in the past. I was very blessed to have amazing mentors. I'm going to name drop right now, but Her Royal Highness Princess Rima bin Bandar was someone that I looked up to and had the honor to work under. And she taught me a lot about giving back. And I think throughout my career and, by 15 plus years, that's something that's really been ingrained in me, really giving back to the community and supporting each other. So for me, again, I think as women, we're a lot more open to each other. And I think, forums like this, these safe spaces and being next to these amazing women here, it's really, important. And I'm sure we're going to be networking. I'm going to be stalking you for sure. Inshallah, we can work together.
Heidi, you've been an angel investor for a while now. You've been investing in a lot of groundbreaking innovations, and you've been doing this based on a lot of intuition, a lot of study, a lot of passion of yours. But when it comes in investing in women, what are the key things that you've been looking for or that you are looking for?
Honestly, I'm an angel investor. I invest in startups and brilliant entrepreneurs. I really face this challenge that this domain is not preferred by a lot of girls. Like by most of the girls, they just fear it. So in my portfolio, I only have one girl, honestly, just one girl, and the others are all males. And I keep looking for girls in this field, AI and innovation, e-commerce. I really I want to encourage girls to get into these fields more and to be more bold. I know we're known in the Arabs, the Arab people, they think girls cannot approach these fields, but no, they can. And I'm an example of this, let's say. I mean, I'm a graduate from business administration in the American University in Cairo. I don't do coding, I'm not a coder. And in 2014, I decided when I was living in London, I want to build my team of developers. Okay, and this was my first interaction with this world. So when I did that, I knew nothing about coding. And what I was responsible of actually was UX and UI. I did this for a gaming app in the beginning, and I hired a big team, and I built it for a whole year. But I faced this problem that the manager of the team was his mindset. The mindset of the developer that was leading the team was the issue. And this is how I learned how to select the entrepreneurs I need to invest in a later phase when I came back to Egypt. And now I'm focusing on investing in Egyptians and Arabs. So let's forget about
and I'm going to circle back. I'm circling back to all of you about investing in Arabs and the region at large. But first, I want to tap into a very important topic when it comes to you, Suha. Suha, you have an extensive experience in the banking sector, a sector that is serious, that's been there for a long, long time. And not only that, but your role and what you're doing right now, but also what the bank, the National Bank of Egypt, has been doing, has been shaping and changing the economic growth of the country for a while. What are the key strategies when it comes to banking, when it comes to you being in such a position of power that you implement to invest in women in Egypt specifically, but also in the region at large?
Sure. First of all, I'm very happy to be with you guys on this panel. Look, I think it's important also for you to understand a bit of where I'm coming from. So I'm currently working for the National Bank of Egypt, which is the largest bank in the country, and it serves every single client segment. We have 40% market share. But I also worked for 5 years in a development bank, the EBRD, which was also focusing on developmental aspects, including gender and inclusion, et cetera, and empowering women, amongst many other priorities. Joining the National Bank of Egypt, we already have one of our key priorities to focus on entrepreneurs in general, SMEs, and within that, of course, women and their importance in the society. Look, I think there are a number of things that we need to be careful about when we're talking about supporting women as a segment, as a financial institution. First of all, institutions need to be serious about it because, as you mentioned earlier, sometimes it is nice to have, sometimes it's something nice to kind of put as a, a strap line in terms of, your focus on entrepreneurs, women, et cetera. But it's really important to start by identifying this as a separate segment. We have to, while it sounds like a very primitive step, but it's important. Because once it's actually identified, then you can have a very conscious strategy to dealing with this segment, and you need to be able to measure results. So it's not a nice to have, or it's something you just write on a booklet or a flyer. Then you need to understand that there are very specific challenges that pertain to women entrepreneurs or women in business in general. There are certain biases that the societies have, more so in our region. There are certain constraints that they have that entrepreneurs face in general, but sometimes women more, like, for example, the availability of capital or their own availability of collateral, et cetera. There are issues about perceptions about women's capabilities. So we need to understand that, we're starting with a disadvantage in those areas, and we need to make sure that whatever we do takes that into consideration. We need to make sure that we train our own people to recognize this, because even the bankers and the people working inside the bank, you have got to address this, almost sometimes an unconscious bias, basically. And you have to ensure you avail the data that either supports or identifies the key aspects of financing women. Then you need to build products and services that cater to the needs of women specifically. Finally, and most importantly in my mind, you need to partner, because I think our role as financial institutions is to create opportunities and partnerships which the individual women cannot necessarily tap into. We work in partnership with a lot of important entities that focus on developing women in business. We work with international financial institutions that provide us sometimes with financing that we can on-lend to entrepreneurs at preferential rates sometimes. They provide us with grants or donor money that we can use also to support them in, for example, building their capabilities, leadership, governance, learning about how to develop your strategy. Banks do these things. So it's not just about lending, it's about providing other services that will actually address the constraints that women have to build their capability, to build their technical expertise, and to train everyone to understand, the potential in this segment and remove bias. It's a journey. We're very committed as a bank to it, but there is a lot of room for both us and others to grow in this field.
I believe that it's a very long journey from my perspective, but I also think that something always must start somewhere. And Mariam, it started with you 13, how many years ago?
Don't age me out.
Just say it, you were very young,
Yes,
and you're still very young.
Alhamdulillah. Look, I think, just adding on to what So was saying, there is this bias, and it's actually a global bias. It's not something unique to our region. And I think for me, the solution in that is having angel investors, leadership roles in financial institutions. This is the step forward because we can understand, the drive in women, the ambition, and I think that's part of the start. Seeing more women in leadership roles is really, having that trickle-down effect, and you're seeing it right away, especially here in Saudi, where women in the workforce has more than doubled since the announcement of Vision 2030. I mean, those numbers are exponentially growing. So for me, again, it's about not just inclusion, but inviting more women to open the door for other women. And I think that's kind of my mindset. But going back to my career, I think we spoke about it earlier when I said that, when I entered the workforce, it was all about being masculine, being one of the boys. We're entering the man's world. Now I think we're championing the diversity of women, our attributes, and I think that's something really exciting and something that I'm telling my team to really champion and, be excited about.
From a lot of conversations I've had with young women within my own field, Heidi, you see that they have a lot of hesitation. So hesitation number one, they wouldn't easily come to you and ask for you to believe or to hear them out. And this is not because of Heidi or not because of Suha or the banking system, or it's because of the way somehow young girls are being taught nowadays. So if I were to say in a perfect world where the region is all aware and well informed about how they can empower women, what would be your advice to young women today that have ideas and dreams and ambitions to do as first steps, like 1, 2, 3 steps?
First of all, they need to challenge the status quo. They have to, all the time. They need to try to get out of the conceptual boxes that were forced upon all of us as girls and women in our societies and communities. They need to be risk takers, honestly. They should think about it like, taking risk is like the real essence of life. If you take a risk, you grow, you learn. But if you don't, you'll regret it by the end of the journey. So for me, I'm a risk taker by nature. I can't ask this, I cannot ask everyone to be that way. But if you don't have this trait in you, try to get it out, try to unleash it. It's in there, but just unleash it inside you, unleash the risk taker, unleash the fighter inside you. They need to be also to accept the fact that failures are stepping stones to success. Really, if this mindset, they own it, they'll be able to do anything in their lives. Yeah, if we just think about it like Thomas Edison, he used to say, I have not failed, I've discovered 10,000 ways of that don't work. So my first trial when I invested in a whole team, British developers, for developing a big game, it didn't work. But I learned a lot from this experience. I learned a lot, when I was ready, I said, now I'm ready to invest in entrepreneurs in my country, in the Arab world. Now I'm well informed, I'm more resourceful, I am more resilient, okay? So I formed my character as an angel investor throughout the years of challenges, honestly. And I told you how it started, but let's not talk about it, because it started in a bad time in my life anyway. I used to like playing games because I used to use them as an escape to stop my hyperactive brain. And then I started from this, being obsessed with coding, developing UX, UI, the whole thing. However, user acquisition thing was the big obstacle, and I learned this the hard way. In AI, in apps, it's the user acquisition, it's always the same. And the mindset of the entrepreneur. That's what I faced when I was investing in a team of British developers. So when I went to Egypt and I said, okay, I moved back to Egypt, I said, now I'm ready to invest in an entrepreneur in Egypt, but I was looking for something different. I go the opposite path from VCs. VCs always, they like to look for precedents of success, like something that was like a reference. They want to reference an app that has a reference that succeeded abroad, and then they go and invest in it. While I do the opposite. I look for innovative ideas, because the bigger the risk, the bigger the gain. And I want to be part of fostering the culture of innovation in the MENA region. This is the deeper purpose in me, and I developed this throughout my time of living in London. Really, I mean, I had it when I was young, but it developed more when I was living in the UK. I just kept wondering, why aren't we creating global apps that the Western world use, not we use their apps? Why? Just, let's try. Nothing can stop us. Like, let's try. Now I can see the calibers in the MENA region. They are capable of doing this. I want to be part of this. So that's what I'm really longing for.
Thank you so much. But I also think, and this is to you, Suha, I think access to information is crucial. Today, because of forums like this, the Women's Summit, Forbes, because of a lot of countries' initiatives, like the Kingdom is doing a lot to spread information and empowerment. The UAE, you would see all the efforts that they're doing. But still, I think we're not reaching the youth properly, right? What do you think is missing? What do you think? How can we spread information for young girls and women in general to have access to it?
Look, I think whether we're talking about youth or we're talking about actual women who want to go into entrepreneurship or business success in general, or even general success with their lives, I think you're absolutely right. There is so many success stories and so many learnings and experiences out there, whether in this region or globally, that we're not tapping into. And I think we need a lot more alliances or networks. This is a great event, but I would also love to see more networks where people get to share real life experiences, not just through people talking, but people interacting. And I'm very keen on trying to do my bit in this. So recently, there are certain alliances that support women, that they support networking, support learning and development, that we could join as a bank. And we could help connect our clients to the know-how that is available in these alliances and connect the women. And I think every organization, business organization even, is always helpful to create inter-business organizations that have women's networks. So I think there should be a lot more focus, whether it's through, the government or private sector, to develop such networks and participate in such networks, because that's how people get to learn. That's how also they develop relationships, and they find investors and they find business partners, and they kind of sometimes the shame of not knowing something. You have a lot of other people who also don't know and are trying to learn. And I think that community, like you said in the beginning, I think our power is in collaboration. We'd actually love to help each other rather than compete. Doesn't mean that we're not competitive, we are, but we don't mind sharing our success and bringing others along. And I think we need to have more of that. And from my perspective, at least as a bank, we're trying to focus on that more, to play a bigger role than just providing finance.
Funny, you're talking about like our traits as women. Mariam, we were talking about this earlier, and I really want you to share this with everyone. Being a woman and like through your journey, stopping this like whole I'm a masculine vibe just because we want to fit in. What do you think we actually bring to the table? And I think this is very important for everyone to hear and spread, because what we bring to the table is actually a lot. So let's talk about what we bring to the table.
I can tell you what I tell my husband every single day, is
Oh,
that
let's go,
I'm
let's
the
go.
multitasker. I do this, I do, I coordinate the kids' schedule, I have the office, so I think for me, that's definitely my superpower, and I like to rub it in his face every day. So I think as women, it's just something natural in us, because again, we're caretakers, it's innate. And so I think that's one, and again, just going back to the collaboration idea, where we can still be competitive, but we are more open. I've seen that now, having invested in some female startups, how these different founders are just willing to share information, and it's really amazing, because it really does empower one another.
What about you, Heidi? What do you think? What do you think we bring to the table?
Women angel investors, they've got a lot. Like, we have this emotional and social intelligence, and it's really much higher at women. I mean, believe it or not, but women are more socially and emotionally intelligent. And with this capacity, they can be really impactful investors. Like they can communicate with people, they can connect with them, they can listen carefully, respond thoughtfully. This thing, sometimes it lacks with men. But women, mostly, they have this innate capability in them. So with this sort of intelligence, that's what's needed, by the way, because at the end, when you invest in an entrepreneur, you don't invest in his ideas, you invest in his potential. You should have the capacity to get his full potential. This is something missing, like some I don't want to be like anti-males here, but
no.
It's
like
not always a matter of numbers. It's not always a matter of financial model and business model. Business model can be tweaked, can be changed, but it's always the human factor is the main factor of success in any startup. That's how I perceive it. That's how I believe.
So how you're in a very different industry. It's like rooted. They can play around a bit, but you're like, it's a rooted industry. So how do you see it from your perspective?
So look, I mean, 2 points. I'll talk about what we bring to the table, but I want to make one point. Most of the people who, because this is a very male-dominated industry, most of my bosses and colleagues have been men, especially because most of my career I was in finance. So a lot of the bosses that have actually supported me are men. And that is the most powerful thing. It's when you actually have men who identify the power that a woman brings. And they valued the fact that I am a woman. They did not value just that I'm just like the next guy. They appreciated that I have a lot to deal with. I have a family, I have my life. So if you're really lucky, you will end up with some of these people in your lives. And that is also why, if we have the luxury of identifying where we want to work and pursuing it, it's always good to identify organizations that understands the value of women. Now, what we bring to the table, you guys have touched on it. Of course, we're amazing First of all, we're very smart. We do better in school and all that. Everybody knows that. Then we are multitaskers. It's incredible. I think we surprise ourselves over time. I think, with my first baby and second baby, and as they grow up, every time the problems become bigger, the amount of stretching that we do is amazing. So I think we exceed men by far in those aspects. And our collaboration and desire to succeed as a group, this is a very powerful thing, because a lot of the time it's more about competition with it's not right or wrong. I think I think we all have to build on the different strengths that come with the different types of character.
I wanted to ask you a question. Who do you think is more risk adverse, women or men? In terms of like what you see in terms of women?
Whatever you want.
Interesting.
No matter what. I know I'm more risk averse than other men, but I think it is generally women. Sometimes it helps, because I think we were just talking with a colleague earlier today, and in one of our microfinance portfolios, women have lower delinquencies, and we attribute, although there's no data, but we attribute part of it to the fact that they're more risk conscious, or they could also be, better business people. But I do believe that we are a little bit, maybe also, look, I don't want to generalize. This is my personal kind of perception. Maybe also we want to balance things out before we make a decision. We worry about the consequences for our families and children, etc. But it does not mean my ability to take risks and my confidence have increased a lot throughout the years. So you certainly have a lot in you than you think you do starting out in life. So over the last 30 years, I have really grown to have more confidence, to take more risk. But I needed support, and I needed the mentorship. And like I said, it came from both men and women.
If I may reflect on Soha's words, innovation is rarely a solitary endeavor. It's rarely, it always needs to be fostered in inclusive cultures, and women are really capable of creating these cultures and these environments. So, sometimes men, they always they believe so much in their personal capabilities to the point that they don't allow others to innovate and to embrace creativity. So women are so ahead at this game. For example, for me, I work on ground with my entrepreneurs. I enjoy, I'm not a passive one, I'm an active one. I'm an on-ground angel investor. And my biggest investment right now is the first global video reviewing app. It's called Impactin' app. When I met the founder, Mohammed Wahid, he's one of the best brilliant entrepreneurs in the MENA region. He was, how I approached him? Very unconventionally, over the DMs.
Instagram.
Yeah. Instagram.
Instagram.
Over the DMs. I like the concept because it's monetizing the word of mouth. It's utilizing the benefit and the value of the word of mouth. So instead of just writing a review like Yelp or TripAdvisor, you just do it in a video on a platform. And we're creating this win-win situations and this community, win-win situation between businesses and users. So for users, if you do this, you get rewarded in cash, an incentive, like, or a discount. And for businesses, they get all the insights, the data, the analysis, and they use it for improving and enhancing their service or their product. We made a big success story in Egypt, and now we're expanding to Dubai, and from Dubai to global. And I still believe that we can make it. The team and me and Mohammed Waheed, we all want to be the creators of the first global app from the MENA region.
Amen, amen, Heidi, amen.
Thank you.
Ladies, what I'm gonna say is what we also bring to the table is this generosity of sharing. Just this need in us to just give it everything that we have. Forbes, thank you so much for enabling this panel to happen. I feel like something enlightened in my own head. So thank you. Thank you, Mariam. Thank you, Heidi. Thank you, Suha, for such a beautiful panel. And thank you, everyone, for your time. I hope you've enjoyed it.
It's my absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for having me and for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to our incredible speakers. Another phenomenal panel full of amazing insights. And get ready for more now, because next we are going to be exploring how empowering women fuels economic growth, fosters gender equality, and drives long-term societal progress. To discuss this and more, please welcome to the stage Her Excellency Leila Rahal Al-Atufani, Goodwill Ambassador, founder and CEO of the Woman Business Circle and Business Gate Dubai. Next we have Lara Khairallah, Senior Director of Development at the Russian Group. Dr. Asil Saad Al-Ammar, Director of Sara Al-Suderi Center for Women's Studies. Abir Al-Hokal, businesswoman and previous chairwoman of Businesswomen Committee for Riyadh Chambers, and your moderator, Jada Shukri, content producer at Forbes Middle East. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your speakers.
Can you see what happens when women support other women? It's just already so positive over here. All right. Elevating women for economic success. Now, let me get your attention. What we're doing and what we're hoping for will actually have an impact of $7 trillion US. If women actually overcome, income inequality, and we actually achieve, the shared prosperity, we're looking at 7 trillion. So that's a pretty big number. Now, can we? Okay, now my first question is for Her Excellency, Leila Rahal. How and what are the most significant challenges we're facing and especially when we talk about entering into the entrepreneurship landscape in MENA.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to Forbes. Thank you, my lady. It's a pleasure to be here with a beautiful mentorship also from all over the world in Casa. So the challenges are a lot. First of all, I want to say women empowerment has been in ages with United Nations, and we see that swap from empowering to the power. And that's our topic today with the power and leadership. For the challenges, it was no anymore, cultural challenges, religious challenges, male-dominant challenges, but the women now is enough empowered, we reach to the moon. The only challenges that we can face are really skills, education, and more important is the funding. We need finance. We need money talk if we want to grow your business. All the ladies have also mental health. Still, they are not balanced when they make them decision to go to swap from normal life to entrepreneurial leadership. Most of them today, you find her internal design, tomorrow fashion designer, after tomorrow she's in landscape. I mean, it has to fix her goal clearly to make her way, her change and challenge, how she wants to build her life in the social. We don't talk about doctor, lawyer, teacher. Those are already, they know them vision, what they want to be and where they want to be located. We wrap up cultural, gender equality no more because we are taking over from the male. I think we don't need to empower the women. It's time to empower the men.
Well, we're definitely shooting for equality. It's not like we're not
Exactly.
usurping anyone. We're just wanting to share.
Thank you.
There is also an element which I think we also need to touch on as part of Vision 2030, the removal of legal barriers. How has this affected women's ability to contribute to the economy?
First of all, thank you for this opportunity and this invitation. The country has been engaged in systematic improvement of rights and privileges for all citizens. If we look at it specifically for females, we can see that more access to education, mobility, and maybe most importantly, the country's assurance of equal opportunity in employment and pay open doors to, let's say, a larger segment for females to participate largely in the workforce and to have more entrepreneurial activities.
Okay, now we want to talk on ground. The Roshan Group has already implemented some strategies with specific measures designed to help women get to leadership positions. How has this affected female participation?
First of all, thank you so much for having me. I'm very humbled to be part of a panel group of ladies that are contributing and pushing women in the workforce. And I have personally benefited from all of your efforts, so thank you so much. What has Roshan done to improve or launch, I guess, women leadership in their organization? It's a very difficult question to answer because they've done so much. I've have 19 years of experience in Saudi, and I've been fortunate enough to work in organizations that empower women and have appreciated women. But what Roshan has done is really kind of taken a very unique approach, one that is very genuine and have a really genuine interest in not only just hiring women to have women, but also to see them throughout their career. Examples of that is the Auda program, which looks at supporting women who have left work for one reason or another, are now interested to come back. So we've rolled out a program to retrain and to build their confidence so they can come back easily into the workforce. And we had such great success in the first year that we nearly had 15,000 applications altogether for this program. So these innovative efforts really kind of show how Roshan is very interested in supporting women. Another example is the leadership programs that they've put together, where they're focusing on all levels of the organization, not just the senior levels, and increasing and supporting them through certified long-term leadership programs. And then, the culture, all of these efforts and these programs lend themselves into the culture, and we have a culture of women who are here to support themselves and to support each other, to mentor. And with all of that, we've been able to achieve a 30% participation rate within Roshan, a very male-dominated globally industry. And so that's something that we're very proud of. We have women across all different levels in senior roles and in management roles. We have 2 chiefs who are very well decorated and have won numerous awards. And so I think the secret ingredient here for Roshan is that they've invested in the process of women empowerment and participation through all of the stages of working at Roshan, be it through recruitment, through investment in learning, and through celebration.
That's amazing. And this sort of brings me now to my next question. Having representation in leadership, especially when we talk female representation that is actually inspiring younger generations, but in a different context, in a chamber of commerce now, how does this support the societal and economic transformation?
مساء الخير أولاً وشكراً على الاستضافة الكريمة. شكرا أستاذة خلود. بالنسبة القطاع اللي أنا بفضل أتكلم بالعربي عشان أقدر أوصل الفكرة. بالنسبة للقطاع الاقتصادي كانت عندنا مشكلة إنه في عمل للرجل وعمل للمرأة. هذه كانت المشكلة الأساسية. إحنا حاولنا في غرفة الرياض طبعاً إن نتواءم مع الأحداث اللي صايرة. التغيير الكبير حدث من 8 سنوات. مع العلم أن السيدات في مجال القطاع التجاري يشتغلون من عام 75. إحنا في رمضان اللي فات كرمنا تقريباً فوق 30 سيدة يعملون في قطاع التجارة من قريب 40 سنة. وكانت في قطاع تجارة مختلف سواء منها في الصناعة أو في التصوير أو هذه كانت قطاعات شاملة خاصة بس بالسيدات. في غرفة الرياض حاولنا أن ندرب السيدات أو نشجعهم أنهم يدخلون إلى مجالات عمل مختلفة غير مجال الأزياء اللي تعودنا كلنا فيه أو الصالونات. للعلم هي في خلفية تاريخ قديم يعني من 75 لكن مش بالعدد الكبير. حاولنا نشجع السيدات على دخول مجالات مختلفة. طبعاً المرحلة هذه حصلت مع تشجيع الدولة سنت قطاعات كبيرة. سابقاً ما كنا نقدر نفتح سجل تجاري، لابد من كفيل، لابد من ولي أمر. الآن في اللي حدث إنه صارت أسهل، فتحت المجالات للسيدات إنهم يدخلوا في قطاعات كبيرة. حصل التدريب، الدعم المالي، شجعوا الاستثمار من المنزل، شجعوا العمل الحر. هذه كلها بقرارات حكومية توائمت مع رغبة الفتيات بأنهم يدخلون في سوق العمل.
I'm going to wrap up easily faster for you. She talked about the transformations being made in the Kingdom of Arabi Saudi, as before most of women, there was limited in SMEs like salon, hairdresser, fashion, and so. Now they empower the women and they give 30 award to 30 women, which they take them as a role model to challenge others women, and they start to do awareness training, like exactly what we say, and workshop, and then they build a leadership in difference and open opportunity for others people to be working in other sector. That's mean the role model in Saudi Arabia is being done by Chamber of Commerce and by them NGO. Thank you so much. MashaAllah alayk, Allah yahfadak. I want to add one thing. As I'm a founder of Women Business Circle. I used to be in women empowerment 16 years, and I swapped from empowerment to get the power, to get the women financially freedom, and we call it Women Business Circle. Why? To monetize them passion, to monetize them activity, and we do awareness, we do also build them skills as leader, and we done a lot of activity, and also we raise funding for them project. This is one of the challenges we can do everywhere, not only in Middle East. And the rulers of UAE now, they are empowering more and giving the power to entrepreneurial leadership, like you say. And in Saudis more and more. And congratulations, Saudi.
This is amazing. Now this brings me to my next question. How?
One second, excuse me. أنا بديت العمل في القطاع الخاص من عام 92. I started up from 92.
She started working in the private sector in 1990.
Yeah, and I know how much it's difficult. الاختلاف الكبير والشاسع بين عام 92 وبين الآن اختلاف يعني مش اختلاف حاجة أخرى عالم آخر.
The difference between 1992 and now is a huge difference, and she got the transformation which is totally different because عندكم دعم كبير الحين ما شاء الله الحكومة ما تقصر because the government is giving them the help.
Yeah, the government الحقيقة الدولة تدعم مش بس دعم مالي، الدولة تدعم في التدريب وهذا هو الأهم. التدريب هو الأهم، هو اللي بيرفع السيدات إلى مستوى يقارب خبرة الرجال. إحنا ما نقدر ننكر أن الرجال لهم خبرة طويلة في مجال التجارة، فإحنا ما نقدر في 8 سنوات أو مجموعة قليلة أن نوصل إلى خبرة الرجال، لكن اللي حصل الآن أنه الدولة تدعمنا وتدربنا وصرنا إن شاء الله أن إحنا خوات للرجال.
They focus on more on mentorship, training, and they become equal to the brotherhood, the male dominant. Thank you.
I think you've also experienced quite a bit of this through the Sara Suderi Center. You specialized in STEM, which is an area that is so male-dominated, and you've also focused on entrepreneurship. How are you facilitating this, and what's the reception like?
The center focuses overall on women's participation in the workforce in different fields. If you're going to look at STEM in particular, first of all, the country has invested heavily in human capital development through education and other training programs. If you look at the numbers, STEM is a very male-dominated field by nature. Saudi women score above global average in women who have degrees in STEM. So that's a fact that we are all very proud of. That's the education part, and then you get to the other part, which is how to integrate them into a field that is already male-dominated. And here's where not only training and mentorship come to play, time for enough experience and confidence to build yourself in that profession. So that needs a lot of time and change in behavioral and mindset for it to be impactful. There are a lot of programs that are now working heavily in that integration. If you look at entrepreneurship, of course, there's a lot of removal of barriers such as women can apply for commercial registration, apply for their own trademarks, and if you are going to look at impact, of course, we can see the immediate impact of numbers developing with in women who are business women now, also women's participation in the workforce. But what we really need to focus on is the ripple effect on future generations. We're not looking at female empowerment for this generation. What we need to look at is how to make this sustainable for future generations. Educated women have always been the catalyst for creating educated generations. So if you educate a woman, you truly educate a generation.
That is very true, and it's a testament to the power of the mind because we can solve and innovate and progress as a society so much easier and so much quicker if we just actually have the information and the knowledge for it.
Yes.
But this also now builds onto part of your work. As the Women Business Circle, you empower women, but now you have the educated, smart people. You have programs and networks. How is this shifting leadership roles in business?
First of all, we don't empower those who empower. We go to villages where there is a lack of internet, a lack of knowledge, health, and that way we empower. Those who are in the village, in the cities, we just give a workshop, a roundtable, investments opportunity to leverage together how we can collaborate, because we need collaboration. Women now challenges, they need to stick together, they need to show that power together, because there is no I, there is we. And women start with W, it's the wisdom, is we, the world. So we have to fight together. The Women Business Circle is not done just to showcase, like she say, we are action maker, like Forbes, leading the innovation, leading the change, leading. Most of network, they are just pictures sometimes and titles, and after that, what next? What is sustainable? What long term? And we need more awareness, not only for leadership. Women is born to be leader, is born to be fighter, is born to be power. So we need what with that power? This is the question, and that's why we are here today in Forbes Middle East Summit. We want to know what is the future to be together. Thank you.
That's really empowering, honestly, and it's truly remarkable that you take that extra step and go to the people and make sure that people who don't have opportunities typically are receiving them. Now, if we go more towards the private sector, what is the role that Russian Group or other private entities can do in terms of enhancing women's economic participation and sort of aligning themselves with Vision 2030?
Before I answer that, I just want to give a little bit of my own experience. I think the last 8 years of my career have obviously coincided with the start of Vision 2030. And I've been fortunate enough to have worked in organizations where I was either the first female leader or one of very few female leaders to be introduced into the organizations. And I've worked in industries, as I mentioned earlier, that are quite male-dominated. And I was entrusted by that leadership to drive large-scale projects in really meaningful ways. And so I am a product of all of the work that these ladies are doing. I am a product of Vision 2030. And so I'd love to be able to applaud them for all of their efforts, because really this is what, I am what we were trying to achieve. And I think there's really one common thread that I've recognized in the organizations that I've worked with, and it is really about leadership. And it's leadership and their commitment to female empowerment. And it's not just commitment, like we have policies, we've hired women. No, it's, they really need to walk the talk. We need to see women in senior roles, in roles that we need to open up for roles across the organization. And we need to be able to have a holistic kind of approach to female participation that not only just hires, but also grows women. And so I think, leaders, they drive the culture in organizations, and so it's very important that they subscribe to it in a really genuine way.
You bring up a very important word, and one that I feel gets neglected a lot, and that's culture. It's the ecosystem, it's the way you can actually knock on doors and actually, get the opportunities you need. And this again brings me to the Riyadh Chamber. As the president, how are you working to make a more inclusive environment so that everybody has a chance?
في الرياض، في غرفة الرياض، عادة الغرف التجارية، خلينا نحكي عن السعودية، عادة الغرف التجارية هي بيت رجال الأعمال. لكن مع التحول اللي حصل، الغرف التجارية متجهة بقوة إلى دمج السيدات وإعطائهم مناصب قيادية، سواء في مجالس الإدارات أو رئاسة اللجان أو المشاركة في اللجان القطاعية الأخرى، يعني في لجنة العقارات، في لجنة الصناعة. صحيح إنه ما زال عدد السيدات قليل، لكنه هذه هي البداية. إحنا نحتاج وقت، إحنا نبي ندخل إن إحنا مدربات ونعرف ايش احنا نحكي فيه. مهما كان في قطاع العقار الرجال سابقيننا فترات، اذا جينا بندخل سيدات في لجان في اللجنه العقاريه طبيعي انه بيكون عدد الرجال اكثر، لكن لو دخلنا سيدتين ثلاثه مع الوقت حيتدربون وحيكونون افضل. في غرفه الرياض التطور اللي سواه طبعا القطاع الحكومي سابقنا والهيئات سابقتنا في المناصب القياديه للسيدات، والحقيقة السيدات اللي في المناصب القيادية اللي في الهيئات الحكومية أو القطاعات الحكومية شيء مشرف لنا كسيدات. لكن في القطاع الخاص احنا قاعدين ناخذهم كموديل ونحاول نلحق القطاع الحكومي صراحة والهيئات. شكرا.
Okay, which is beautiful. With the opening for Saudi in the laborers part, The Chamber of Commerce was always male dominant, but now they're starting to merge more and to involve more the women more and more, especially also in the private sector like real estates. And with this transformation, the Saudi women is leading by excellence, but she said they don't want to go to any sector if they are not trained to be there, which is beautiful. Mean they are taking over and they're taking the power. MashaAllah alaikum. Thank you.
I want to thank my amazing panelists. I want to thank all the ladies that came before us who made it possible to, you know, is there a question in the audience? Are there questions? I think we're good. I want to thank all the ladies that came before us that made this a possibility. Thank you so much also to all the lovely ladies in the audience. I hope you are feeling inspired, and I can't wait to see what we unlock in the coming chapters. Thank you so much.
Thank you to you.
Thank you so much to our phenomenal panel of speakers. Absolutely amazing. That was our final panel of the day, but we have one more session, and we plan to go out with a bang this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, because we have a very special open mic all about what it takes to stay true to your vision, something that each and every single one of us needs to know more about. So, ladies and gentlemen, to tell us more, I'm very excited to welcome to the stage now fitness and well-being motivational speaker, Haya Sawan.
All right, Bismillah. Okay, can everybody hear me? All right, Assalamu alaikum. It's been such an inspirational day. Honestly, I feel really inspired. I hope I can leave you with some motivation today. Okay. People wake up every day telling themselves they're going to change their lives one day. Not everyone does. In the next, do you want me to take it? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, good. I can use my hands. In the next 5 minutes, I will share with you some of the most important lessons that I've learned throughout the years, the most important tips and habits that I've developed to create change, to accept it, to learn to see it to my advantage. Live with purpose and grow with principle. Acknowledge the fact that change happens gradually. A wall is built brick by brick. A book is written page after page. A plant grows day after day. A marathon is finished one step after the other. Change takes time. Growth takes time. Good things happen with time. Motivation is not the answer. Consistency is. Your feelings will not always support your growth. Your discipline and consistency will. Putting in the work day in and day out, even on the days you don't feel like getting out of bed. Take accountability. You're the most important project you will ever work on. Don't wait for someone to lend you a hand. Don't wait for someone to push you. No one will. Hold yourself accountable and do the work. Work on your mindset. Perspective is key. Perspective changes everything. Learn to see challenges as lessons and failures as opportunities to grow. Have faith and trust the journey. Sometimes you need to take a few steps back to move forward in life. When you're having a bad day, remind yourself, it's one day out of a month. It's a month out of a year. It's a year out of the rest of your life. The sun will eventually come out. The storm won't last forever. Stay curious always. Learn. Knowledge is power. Invest in deep, meaningful relationships. The quality of your relationships define the quality of your life. Their shortcomings has nothing to do with you and everything to do with them. Apologies are important, yes. However, understand that apologies leaves the person at fault at ease. It doesn't erase what they did. You're left with their actions to prove how sincere the apology was. Remember, actions always speak louder than words. You don't always have to give your opinion. Learn to listen. Listen not just to hear. Listen not just to respond. Listen to comprehend and understand. Communication makes or breaks any relationship. Fear is not the obstacle. It's inevitable. Do it anyway. And finally, strength. Strength doesn't mean you're not tired. It doesn't mean you're not in pain. It doesn't mean you're not exhausted. It just means that you have the strength to keep going. So hold on to your strength. Stay focused, stay hungry, stay true to your vision, and stay true to who you are. Thank you very much.
What incredible, powerful words to end on. It truly, yes, another round of applause, please, for Haya. That is exactly how we want to end day one. We've had an unbelievable day full of some of the most incredible women you will ever meet, sharing their stories, sharing their strengths, their achievements, but also sharing their weaknesses, their shortcomings, their struggles. And it truly is something that has shown us what is possible and just endlessly, endlessly inspiring. I can definitely speak for myself and for all of you. I know everyone is just thinking, incredible, what is day two going to hold? But before we get to that, we have a very special award that we would like to present to Suha Turki, the Deputy CEO and Executive Board Member at the National Bank of Egypt. She is receiving her accolade today. Yes. She would be receiving her accolade tomorrow night at our gala dinner and awards, but unfortunately she won't be joining us. But of course, she is being honored as one of Forbes Middle East top women leaders for 2024. Congratulations to her, so well deserved. Congratulations, absolutely phenomenal, and there will be more awards given out tomorrow night. But that brings us to the end of day one. I know, I can't believe everybody's still here waiting for more. There will be more tomorrow morning from 10 a.m. Where we will be networking before our speakers take to the stage once again for more dynamic discussions, inspiring stories, and so much more as well. Thank you to everybody, all of our amazing partners that you will see on the screen here who have made this event absolutely remarkable. And thank you to you, our amazing audience, who have stayed with us the entire day, and more to come tomorrow as well. And of course, there will be more. But I know a lot of people have been sharing online. Don't forget to tag us on our social media, follow us there as well, and we would love to see you making your memories there. Thank you all so much. My name is Sally Musa, and it's been an absolute joy to be your host today. Back for more tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen.